The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of Zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Every day we are connected. The information exchange is getting faster, encouraging us to involve the goodness to move and spread faster. BAZNAS continues to innovate the way to the goodness as easy as moving the fingers. Through BAZNAS platform, non-commercial platform, commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platforms, and social media platform, BAZNAS is available in many online media. We always strive to give our best so that goodness can be spread easy as moving the fingers.
Generasi ini serba cepat, praktis, dan selalu ingin perubahan. Seperti halnya generasi sebelum mereka dan generasi sebelumnya lagi. Tapi ada satu hal yang tak pernah berubah, pencarian mereka akan nilai-nilai kebaikan. Bersama BNI Syariah, jalan kebaikan itu akan selalu terbuka.
Wah, pernah itu malam-malam waktu masih jualan di Kota Kembang, pas mau nyebrang, ditabrak, sampai termos itu pecah semua. Kalau dibilang cukup dan nggak cukup, sebenarnya nggak cukup. Pernah, cuma laku satu gelas itu pun jalannya juga waktu itu masih jualannya di GDC. Semangat saya itu anak-anak saya. Saya jualan kayak gini untuk mereka. Saya nggak pengen anak saya ikut jualan. Tapi mau gimana keadaan seperti itu. Anak saya harus ikut jualan. Saya pengen anak saya di rumah. Nggak kedinginan. Nggak kena angin malam. Tapi mau gimana? Memang keadaan seperti itu diharuskan mereka harus ikut setiap hari. Harapan saya pengen anak saya lebih baik dari saya, hidup lebih baik dari saya, bisa jadi apa yang mereka inginkan kelak.
Desa Berdaya is an empowerment program within the scope of a village or sub-district through an integrated approach. The programs implemented include communication development, economic programs, education, healthcare, environment, to disaster preparedness. The target of Desa Berdaya is the growth and development of local institutions, which can solve problems in their own environment. By combining the strengths and assets of their village and collaborating with others, especially the village government. Desa Berdaya exists because your donation of zakat, infak, wakaf, and your social and humanitarian funds, which are distributed through Rumah Zakat. Thank you for your collaboration. Let's create more happiness through Desa Berdaya.
Apakah cabarannya? 27 juta rakyat Malaysia, lebih 60% daripadanya beragama Islam. Ia bukanlah mudah, namun kami berusaha memudahkannya untuk anda. Sejak tahun 1990 penubuhannya, PPZ di bawah Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan memikul amanah menguruskan pungutan zakat bagi wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, Putrajaya dan Labuan. Manakala hasil pungutan zakat diserahkan untuk diagihkan oleh Baitul Mal Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan. Inovasi sistem pungutan dan kesungguhan berterusan membawa PPZ menjadi agensi pungutan zakat terbaik dunia. Bagaimana kami melakukannya? Ia memerlukan strategi yang teratur, menerusi 5 pendekatan terbaik. PPZ membariskan tenaga pakar dari pelbagai kelayakan, bekerja dalam suasana kerja korporat, kerjasama berkumpulan dan membudayakan persekitaran kerja Islamik dalam etika kerja. Dengan pelaksanaan plan strategik, penguasaan R&D dan latihan staf yang konsisten, kami membentuk model insan yang memberi pulangan positif kepada organisasi. Seperti sebuah negara yang ditunjangi oleh rakyatnya, PPZ juga berdiri teguh atas sokongan dan kerjasama pelbagai pihak yang membantu dalam pengurusan pungutan zakat dan penyebaran maklumat. PPZ menghargai majikan yang mengambil bahagian dalam skim pemotongan gaji. Ejen-ejen dilantik untuk memperluaskan usaha kutipan zakat. Sekretariat Pungutan Zakat Negeri SPZN membantu dalam permasalahan zakat di setiap negeri. Masjid-masjid seluruh wilayah persekutuan pula memberi akses penuh saluran mereka untuk menyebarkan maklumat berkaitan zakat. Di samping itu, PPZ diiringi ikon-ikon ustaz dan ustazah selebriti dalam mendekati orang ramai. PPZ tidak ketinggalan memajukan pelaksanaan ibadah zakat menggunakan teknologi ICT terkini. Sistem pembayaran online 24 jam adalah antara inovasi ICT yang dibangunkan selain iZakat, iaitu aplikasi maklumat zakat untuk telefon pintar. Pengurusan PPZ amat sistematik dengan adanya SIZA, iaitu sistem yang dibangunkan sendiri merangkumi segala proses melibatkan pengurusan PPZ. Sistem rangkaian dan pengkalan data digunakan PPZ juga adalah antara yang termaju. Zakat sememangnya mudah. PPZ membuktikannya dengan menyediakan pelbagai saluran pembayaran zakat seperti skim pemotongan gaji yang amat mudah dan diterima secara meluas oleh masyarakat. Pembayaran juga boleh dibuat melalui kaunter-kaunter bank, melalui ejen-ejen lantikan dan melalui van bergerak PPZ yang bertapak di pelbagai expo dan karnival. Segala usaha yang dilakukan perlu disebarkan melalui dakwah dan pemasaran yang proaktif. Kepakaran pemasaran digunakan dengan menghasilkan produk-produk multimedia, antaranya siri animasi video tutorial Ustaz Amil dan video klip zakat. PPZ juga memanfaatkan penggunaan media baru, menerusi jaringan laman-laman sosial terkini seperti Facebook, Twitter dan YouTube untuk berhubung dengan masyarakat. Tidak ketinggalan juga medium konvensional seperti iklan TV dan surat khabar. Juga kaedah penyampaian langsung seperti ceramah, seminar dan forum. Segala usaha kami membolehkan lebih ramai golongan penerima dapat merasai keberkatan kutipan zakat yang meningkat saban tahun. PPZ sebagai agensi pungutan zakat terbaik menjadi model bagi agensi-agensi seluruh dunia. pelbagai pengiktirafan seperti ISO 9001-2008 dan lain-lain anugerah diterima atas kecemerlangan pengurusan kutipan zakat yang dijalankan sejak penubuhannya. Namun, ini bukan bermakna usaha kami terhenti setakat itu. PPZ akan terus sentiasa menambah baik perkhidmatan ke tahap yang lebih tinggi serta meletakkan ibadah zakat di tempat yang sepatutnya.
Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah wa la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. Allahumma anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa 'allimna ma yanfa'una wa zidna ilma. Ayyuhal hadirun, as'adallahu masa'akum bi kulli khairin kama atamanna lakum sabahul khair wal yasmin. Ayyuhal asatidah waz zumala al aizza.
To the Honorable Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo, to the Honorable His Excellency Ayman Riyad Said Al-Mufleh, the Minister of the Social Development, the Hashimite Kingdom of Jordan, to His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Zahir Ali, the Minister of Islamic Affairs of the Republic of Maldives, to the Honorable Dr. Zainul Bahar Noor, to the Honorable Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji, to the Honorable Dr. Elnur Salihofiq, to the Honorable Dr. Muhammad Ayub Mia, to the Honorable Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, to the Honorable Datuk Paduka Amar bin Datuk Syekh Mahmud Naim as the Chairman of Lembaga Zakat Negeri Kedah, to the Honorable Kamal Mohammed Mahmud, to the Honorable Fairuz Muhammad, to the Honorable Muhammad Arifin Purwakananta, to the Honorable Ahsin Ali Gori, and to the Honorable Irfan Nugraha. To the respectable representatives of BNI Syariah, GoPay, Dompet Duafa, Rumah Zakat, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor Malaysia, the respectable invited guests, and all beloved audiences with us here in the Zoom meeting. Welcome back to the second day of the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020.
أيها الحاضرون الكرام أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير كما أتمنى لكم صباح الفل والياسمين. أيها الأساتذة والزملاء الأعزاء أهلا وسهلا في المؤتمر الدولي لمنتدى الزكاة العالمي في يوم الثاني من هذا اليوم.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have reached the second and final day of the event. During the first day of the event, we listened to speeches from our respected speakers regarding the topic of the World Zakat Forum's role in COVID-19 management. We also held the first and second plenary sessions. The first plenary session discussed the review of the role of World Zakat Forum in post-COVID-19 economic recovery, while the second plenary session discussed the topic of the post-COVID-19 global economy activation, adoption of technology in Zakat administration. Speakers from various institutions and various backgrounds gathered and explained their experience and insights on this matter. We would also like to announce that this event is currently being streamed live on BAZNAS TV YouTube channel and has surpassed over 1,900 views in one day. MashaAllah. For further information regarding the World Zakat Forum, please kindly check our social media on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook at World Zakat Forum 2020, and also through our website on www.worldzakatforum.org. We hope all the participants and speakers enjoyed the event yesterday. We still have an amazing day ahead of us with many more speakers and experts who have made the time to come to the event and share their perspectives and knowledge with us. Before we start the event, I would like to read the agenda for today. After the opening session, we will have the third plenary session under the topic, The Way Forward to Strengthen the World Zakat Forum. This will then be followed by a video documentation of day one. Moving on, we will move on to the ministerial discussion under the topic, Zakat as Potential Fiscal Policy Instrument in Muslim Countries. Then we will move on to the fourth plenary session under the topic Best Practices of Zakat Management. Finally, we'll have the announcement of the World Zakat Forum Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General for the period of 2020 till 2023, which will then be followed by the book launching and also the official inauguration of the World Zakat Forum Youth and World Zakat Forum Research. Then we will read the World Zakat Forum resolution, and finally the announcement of the upcoming World Zakat Forum in 2021.
أيها الحفل الكريم، قبل أن نواصل فعالياتنا اليوم نود أن نخبر الجمهور من الحاضرين الأجلاء والمشاركين الأعزاء على أن برامجنا هذا تسير على توقيت جاكرتا العاصمة حاليا، فلذلك في خلال هذا البرنامج وفي هذه الفعاليات لن يكون لدينا أي استراحات للصلاة، فلذلك نرجو من الجميع إذا دخل وقت صلاة في مناطقكم أو في بلادكم فيمكنكم أخذ فترات استراحية لأداء فريضة الصلاة وفقا لمناطقكم الزمنية.
The World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020 was organized by the World Zakat Forum, BAZNAS, Dompet Duafa, Rumah Zakat, and PPZ. This event would not have been successful without the help from our sponsors, GoPay and BAZNAS Sharia.
أحبائي الأساتذة الإجلاء والمشاركين الفضلاء، ننتقل في هذه الساعة إلى الجلسة الثالثة من هذا المؤتمر. نفيدكم علما أيها الحاضرين على أن هذه الجلسة المباركة سيرائسها الدكتور زين البحر نور تحت عنوان تعزيز دور منتدى الزكاة العالمي في الوقت الحاضر والمستقبل. فلا أريد أن أطيل عليكم أيها الحاضرين. نقدم هذه الجلسة المباركة لفضيلة الدكتور زين البحر نور، فعليه فليتفضل مشكورا ومأجورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وبعد. Dear participants, excellencies who are participating in this program, thanks God, Allah the Almighty, that we are coming to the third plenary session, the way forward to strengthen World Zakat Forum, which will be presented by three honorable speakers: Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji, the Deputy Regional of Middle East, Dr. Eleanor Salihovic, Deputy Regional for America and Europe, and Dr. Muhammad Ayub Milah, Deputy General, Secretary General for South Asia. We wish that each presentation will be given around 15 to 20 minutes. And the first will be given by Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji. Would you please, Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji, your time now. The floor is yours, please. Yes, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.
Thank you, Dr. Zain al-Bahar. I hear some noise. Maybe that's from your end. Would you kindly mute all the participants' phones or headphones or the microphones? So that would make it much easier for you to listen and participate by your questions in case that you have any questions. I will go directly to the presentation, and the presentation is going to be today on the title which was just been said by Dr. Zain al-Bahar. So it's unfortunate that COVID-19 is still prevailing, and the world now is living another wave of this pandemic, but hopefully things will clear out soon, inshallah. For our presentation, or the presentation that I suppose to begin with, which is on the recovery and the pandemic and its impact, and then the opportunities that we think is available for us, the 40 representatives of the 40 countries in this conference. Kindly follow up with me, and then if you have any comments or questions, you may leave that till the end of this speech. So, as per the reports which were released during November, the cases of COVID now have reached to 62 million around the world, where 1.5 million unfortunately lost their lives due to this pandemic. The losses in terms of economy, a report which was released by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, estimates the cumulative global COVID-19 cost at $28 billion. That's in output. The World Bank confirms a deepest recession since World War II. The pandemic will shrink the global economy by 5.2%. which is a big percentage. The International Labour Organization reported that working hour loss is higher than previously estimated. The estimated total working hour losses in the second quarter of 2020 relative to the fourth quarter of 2019 is 17.3%, or 495 million full-time equivalent jobs. And this was revised upward from the estimate of 14%, as I mentioned earlier. So we can imagine how much the catastrophe that the world is living and its effect. The most affected class of the society is obviously the low economic class and the blue collar and day-to-day workers who are heavily impacted, and because they are originally vulnerable and their sources of income are at the edge. The low income and poor families, or the fragile class of the societies, are normally the recipients of Zakat, whether in Islamic countries or among the Muslim communities in non-Islamic countries. And this group was hit badly economically by the pandemic, as it is apparent. But as our religion taught us that we are not a pessimistic people, we are optimistic, and there is always a way. So the way is in few discussed here in few points, and the opportunities that are created or caused by COVID-19. So we in the World Zakat Forum are viewed as an active platform for representatives from 40 Islamic countries and Muslim communities, which seeks and suggests solutions to promote the knowledge, awareness that is related to Zakat and its applications among the Zakat specialized public and civil society institutions. So we in the World Zakat Forum, are a lighthouse for Muslim countries and Muslim communities. The representatives who are in this Zakat Forum are representing the institutions, whether these are government or non-government institutions related to Zakat and concerned about the communities that receive Zakat, as well as the people that pay Zakat. So this is the main role of this forum so far, and we look forward in the future to be with more services to the Muslim communities in all aspects related to Zakat. The pandemic did not halt the activities of World Zakat Forum as training, workshops, symposiums, and meetings. They were held virtually, including this current annual meeting. So normally, we have this meeting towards the end of the fiscal year. So it crowns all the activities of the year and pave the way for the next year concerns and worries and questions, if there are any, for the future to be discussed. I personally assume that the common spirit of aspiration and enthusiasm of this World Zakat Forum, as I have known it for the past few years, the organizers foresee the future economic outlook, and they advise and should contribute to assist its members to overcome, with all the suggestions to overcome that we anticipate any difficulties in the future. So our role is to help in overcoming the anticipated difficulties in the future, whether near or far future. Therefore, there are few advices that can be summarized in the following, and I would like you to bear with me and discuss them if you think that any of them needs to be improved or altered. So we need to urge the respective authorities represented here in this forum to use fiscal policy to soothe the impact of the pandemic by taking the following actions. And they can notify their respective governments to take these advices into consideration in order to heal the pain which was caused by COVID-19. So the first one is to cut income tax for blue-collar workers to urge employers not to lay them off to reduce costs. So employers tend usually to lay off the blue-collar staff or employees in order to save cost, and reduce cost. The second suggestion is to reduce temporarily and adopt sales or value-added tax breaks to lift such burden from the low economic class families, as VAT or GST or sales tax, whatever it is called in any jurisdiction, is hurting the low-class economic families, the economic low-class families, and the poor families, the fragile ones, more than it does for like middle and upper class. So we suggest that this should be communicated to respective governments of our 40 countries represented here, whether Islamic countries or only for Muslim communities, to request that there should be a break for the value-added tax or the GST tax or sales tax, as it is called in their respective jurisdictions, because this type of indirect tax, it hurts the poor families and the recipients of zakat more than the other classes of the economy. The third advice is to apply paying of zakat of next year or years in advance to relieve poor individuals and families during such hard times. And this is, of course, available in our Sharia, and it has been done in the past. So because of two factors that affect the zakat, amount, so because the businesses are also suffering, so the zakat is going to be lesser than it is in earlier years, as well as that the recipients of zakat number may increase. So we have here like a two-edged sword. From one side, the businesses are affected, and from other side, the recipients are increased. So the solution that we suggest from this forum to the respective countries, that they allow zakat payers to pay their zakat of next year or maybe 2 or 3 years down the road to the poor families or the recipients of zakat due to this pandemic. Number 4, we encourage Sharia compliant and conventional financial institutions to defer payment of loan installments and reduce the profit margins or interest for the public in general, including SMEs and the low income class. This has been done in some countries, including Saudi Arabia, but we are here announcing this and promoting it for the other member countries in this forum. Number 5 is to encourage solidarity between Muslims in a community where rich individuals look after needy ones to realize the unity of our ummah. And this is hopefully is the prevailing feeling amongst us. Number 6 is to rely on the usage of technology as much as possible in collecting zakat and distributing it on recipients. And this is now happening in some of the countries or the representative countries here, including my own country. So zakat is collected and zakat filed electronically, and the distribution is also done through electronic means after surveying the needy families. And we are succeeding big time with this. Number 7, to encourage the usage of distance learning and training to reduce the cost of education and skill improvement through training with special focus on the no or low cost training for the children of poor families to improve their knowledge, skills, and attitudes for the sake of their life betterment. This is one of the beauties of COVID-19. It has pushed the world towards using the electronic means, and alhamdulillah, what we have seen and what we are doing and living now in this conference is that we are doing it online, virtually, and to great extent attaining our objectives out of this meeting. Number 8, it's to advise the recipients of zakat and Muslim communities in general to take maximum cautious measures to keep themselves and families safe from the pandemic and its consequences, especially with the new wave of the pandemic, which is now hitting the Western Hemisphere. With our dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to relieve the whole world from this pandemic and its consequences, I conclude my slideshow and wish you all to be safe and in good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saleh Ali Al-Waji. It's very clear what you are presenting just now, that World Zakat Forum should strengthen its position in overcome the pandemic 19 impact, which has been suffered not less than 60 million cases all over the world and around 2 million people dead. And some of the advices is very important and significant for us to be considered and to be discussed further in the next World Zakat Forum conference or regional meeting. Now we come to the next session for Dr. Elnur Salihovic. Would you please take your time, my brother? Are you in the conference, Brother Elnur?
Yes.
Oh yeah, okay. Thanks so much. I'm not seeing in the screen. Yes, please, go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable Dr. Zainul Wahab, moderator of this plenary session, Honorable Dr. Babang Sudibyo, Secretary General of World Zakat Forum, Honorable Deputies, my brothers and colleagues, Dr. Saleh, Dr. Ayub Miyah, and others, and honorable brothers and sisters who from World Zakat Forum and Zakat agencies, that providing great support to the success of this conference. I'm not sure is everything is clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Our today topic is the way forward to strengthen World Zakat Forum. I will present one short presentation and some of my views how we can strengthen World Zakat Forum as a leading global Zakat organization and go forward, and in that way contribute to all our communities and countries in all Muslim majority and Muslim minority countries globally. Next slide, please. First, a few basic facts about World Zakat Forum. World Zakat Forum currently is, alhamdulillah, leading global Zakat organization. We are witnessing 10 years of success since the establishment of World Zakat Forum in 2010 in Indonesia. Currently, alhamdulillah, World Zakat Forum has around 40 member countries. Also, in various conferences, meetings, and various events, hundreds of intellectuals, researchers, Islamic scholars, managers, and professionals in Zakat institutions contributing to the work and to the success of World Zakat Forum. Also, during all these years, 10 years, we witnessed very active exchange of ideas, best practice, and successful stories. World Zakat Forum connected and synergy Zakat stakeholders and promote and support new collaborations and projects. And also, World Zakat Forum strongly support sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. In this actual global crisis, we also witness very important role of World Zakat Forum members in supporting needy population and mitigating bad impacts of pandemic. Every member of World Zakat Forum has very important role, and we already through the various platforms of World Zakat Forum, we already saw many successful stories and many activities of various members of World Zakat Forum. Also, it is very important to underline that Zakat as a third pillar of Islam and purifier of individuals and communities can contribute significantly to ease pandemic and make Zakat payers and also Zakat receivers to strengthen their material, physical, and mental condition. Also, it is a very important sharing to continue to share successful stories and best practice, as well as supporting collaboration among World Zakat Forum members. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide? Also, there are some lessons learned from this pandemic. We are aware that this is in general, pandemic is something bad that affected many very badly many people, and many people changed many people's lives. But we also can say that COVID-19 crisis is also opportunity for all of us, including our institutions and including individually, all of us, for some kind of restart and better understanding of our whole life, of our mission on the earth, and more attention and care about real values and priorities. Also, we saw during this pandemic, we saw extreme importance of strong, well-established and well-coordinated local and national institutions and systems. And every country that has well-coordinated and well-established and strong national institutions was and is still able to respond successfully, more successfully to this crisis and to the pandemic. Also, it is a very important, we saw that is a very important international cooperation, and we see it also in this joint efforts to provide some kind of cure and to provide vaccines for the global population in this actual pandemic, but also to provide some medical supplies and also food and necessary supplies for the most endangered population. Also, we saw that during this pandemic that our world is interdependent, and we can say every country, even the strongest countries such as USA, saw that and realized that no one can be completely safe from various disasters and including this pandemic, and we should work together to make our world better for living, better life for all people on our planet. And this should be joint effort and joint work of all nations and all people. Also, unfortunately, we realize during this pandemic that work on reaching SDGs will be more difficult and the most probably will be slowed down. Next slide, please. That's why when we talk about World Zakat Forum members and also other institutions and in first instance in Islamic social finance institutions, we can say that it is a very important to adopt multi-priorities approach in facing actual and future global crises. In That means that according to priorities, we should first focus on our local and to strengthen and to make the best coordination as we can among our local and national institutions, especially governmental and NGO sector. Also, after that, it is very important to have very strong and well coordinated regional collaboration among countries, and also among the Zakat institutions, to providing some first aid, first support in crisis. And also it is very important to have international collaboration and to try to establish some joint projects and programs. Next slide. Now I'm going to propose some of principles for successful collaboration among World Zakat Forum members and other institutions. These principles are full respect and implementation of Sharia regulations, practical solutions with effective and real impact to improving life of people, proper understanding of Maqasid Sharia for new ideas and innovative solutions, direct support to SDGs 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 10, and indirectly to remaining SDGs. As we know, we can make fully connection between Zakat and Islamic social finance and mentioned sustainable development goals. Also, it is very important to work together on mitigation of bad consequences of actual pandemic and work on prevention of new global crises, wars, and natural disasters. That's why we will need new impactful investments. Also, it is important to have a multi-stakeholder approach. Also, utilization of well-developed national and infrastructure of national and international organizations and best practice, and dedication to the establishment of win-win partnerships. Next slide. Also, we will need to adopt some necessary improvements, such as finding proper solutions for better leverage of Zakat potentials, new innovative projects on national and international level that will build and strengthen trust and wealthy populations. That means Muzaki in Zakat institutions. Also, we need to exchange best practice and new ideas for improvement of proper institutional collection and distribution of Zakat. We need to set new targets, new goals for the success. I will say immediately after this something about some new goals and targets. Appropriate response to problems of mismanagement and violation of Sharia rules related to Zakat in some organizations that pretending to collect and distribute Zakat. Unfortunately, currently we can witness some of on the some national level, let's say some informal sector that is going to be some kind of competition to eligible institution zakat agencies and organizations. And also on the international level, globally, we can see some international organizations that are not working fully in accordance with Sharia rules, but they are pretending to be zakat collectors. And we, as a War Zakat Forum and all War Zakat Forum members, will face the most probably will face some problems in the future, and we should be able to address these problems appropriately. Also, we should to enhance our organizational culture, management, and operations. Next slide. What we see as the way forward for War Zakat Forum as an organization and leading global Zakat organization, we will inshallah today during our annual meeting, we will confirm establishment of War Zakat Forum Youth Forum and War Zakat Forum Research and Standardization Forum. And I think this is a great and very big achievements. But also in the future, I hope, inshallah, this is some kind of my proposal, to work together on the establishment of War Zakat Forum online learning platform, at least to have some kind of digital library with the major all important and major books and various research papers about zakat and Islamic social finance. And also for me is a very important to work together, inshallah, in the future. I hope we will be able to establish global zakat and sadaqah fund. Next slide. When I mentioned putting some new goals for the better future, in first instance, I think that we should to all together to consider our actual work and what we can do together to improve current conditions and state of the zakat in the world. And if we say together, according to some estimations, currently in 2020, we would have around 300 billion US dollar of zakat collected through the institutions, to the eligible appropriate zakat institutions that has appropriate support from the government, national institutions, or Islamic council, Mufti councils, and some appropriate Sharia regulation. I believe that in the future we also should to work jointly to improve global. Of course, we will work in first instance in our national Zakat institutions, but also sharing together and collaborating together to improve global work on Zakat. Can we say that in 2030 we would have 100 billion US dollar of Zakat collected through the Zakat agencies and Zakat organizations globally? I hope, inshallah, this can be one of our targets and one of our goal for the next 10 years. To be able to achieve this goal, to have 100 billion US dollar of Zakat collection, we should to have annual growth of collection around 13%. That is not so much and seems as achievable, but of course there should be strong efforts and a lot of work to be able to reach this goal. And if we reach this goal, we can be able first of all to strengthen our national Zakat institutions, but also to be able to collaborate on the global level and to be able to establish some kind of global Zakat and Sadaqah fund that I mentioned in the previous slide. And just also one impression. If he's from this 100 US dollar billion, if you would be able to give only 5% from this amount for the international collaboration, it would be about 5 billion US dollar. That is similar to the budget or expenditure of some big UN organizations such as UNICEF and others. Next slide. And let me at the end just a few words about the Global Zakat and Sadaqah Fund as a global platform for partnerships and collaboration with the goal of improving impacts of Zakat and Sadaqah collection and distribution on national and global level. This platform would facilitate partnerships and collaboration between founding partner World Zakat Forum members and governments, agencies, foundations, and other partners from Organization of Islamic Cooperation member countries and globally. And this platform would include a global digital platform for better leverage of potential of Zakat and the Islamic giving for the emergency, resilience, development, and innovative projects, as well as for the support to the better promotion and understanding of Zakat and safeguarding from various attempts of violations and mismanagement that I mentioned before. That's next slide. That is some of my views, and I would like to thank you, and I hope we will be able to have a short discussion after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Dr. Anur. You have given really a very inspiring presentation. You have added some important points addressed by our brother Dr. Saleh Ali Al-Waji. It's really important for us to get to know and then to learn much of your proposal, how to have a new collaboration among members of World Zakat Forum, among others, to support needy populations of pandemic impact. And you also suggested that for us to sharing best practices, and you have noted, based on the lesson learned, that it has given opportunities for better understanding and well-established corporations in medical and food supplies, and for better life of people in our planet. You also stating that we are facing actual and future global crisis. Then we have to strengthen each institution in facing the pandemic 19 impact at the present moment. You are proposing 9 principles for successful collaboration between Zakat and social financial organizations, and you describe 6 necessary improvements that we have to take. And you have also touched a little bit about World Zakat Forum Youth and World Zakat Forum Research. And I agree with you that the potential of Zakat of the whole Muslim all over the world will reach $30 billion US. Must be. Indonesia itself, according to the research made by the ISDB, Islamic Development Bank, back to 10 years ago, that the price of Zakat of Indonesia is not less than $2 billion US per year. And you wish that we can collect $100 billion US by 2030, and you are suggesting us to establish what you call Global Zakat Sadaqah Fund. It's really very good for us to take a note on that, Brother Nur. Now we're coming to the next presentation, which is more inspiring, from Dr. Muhammad Ayubiyah. Would you please, my dear brother?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you? Has been so long that we haven't met each other. Go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina wa Shafiyyina wa Habibina Maulana Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallam. Honorable moderator, Dr. Jainul Bahanur, honorable deputies, the panelists, distinguished guests, participants, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In fact, I will try to limit my deliberations only on the plenary session, the way forward to Strengthen WZF. At the very outset, what I would like to say, it is indeed a great pleasure for many of us, like me, to attend the WZF conference for consecutive 3 years. All praise be for Almighty Allah for His blessings, abundance blessings of us, on us. I mean, we who are working for reviving the glory of Zakat system in the human society all over the globe. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all of our efforts and good deeds in this regard. World Zakat Forum, under the leadership of Professor Bambang and previous Secretary Generals, has made significant progress in terms of its exposure in the international arena and formulating and adopting some important generic technical documents relating to Zakat management in the Muslim community. Different Zakat organizations, especially those who are working in the corporate level or private sector, have been immensely benefited with all these documents. The number of member countries has been growing rapidly, and some international bodies like UNDP, UNICEF have shown interest to promote the Islamic financial system for greater benefit of the mankind in general and for achieving the SDGs in particular. In the present conflicting world and global crisis like COVID-19 pandemic, WZF needs to move forward with wider agenda for supporting the distressed and needy humanity in different parts of the world. In order to carry forward the organizational spirit and objectives, WZF needs some pragmatic policies and programs, and as well as appropriate strategies in the years to come. In the plenary session of last year's conference held in Penang, Malaysia, I made my submission with some specific recommendations that include, among others, establishing a research institute, publication of books on Zakat, developing management standard of Zakat organization, integration of Zakat, Awqaf, and Sadaqah, networking with UN systems, advocacy with Muslim policymakers and governments, Sharia audit standard of Zakat fund, transfer of Zakat fund to more deserving areas of Muslim community, etc. I must thank WZF Secretariat for taking different steps that are corresponding to my proposals. I feel very happy that WZF Research Forum and Youth Forum are going to be formally launched in this conference. Today, I would like to put forward some additional recommendations that may be very relevant to the present need. Number one, COVID-19 pandemic crisis and the role of Zakat organizations. WZF, considering the importance of this situation, has rightly picked the theme of the conference, post-COVID-19 economic recovery, the role of World Zakat Forum. It is understandable that the financial effect of the pandemic will deepen the crisis and more challenges are ahead in the coming days to many national economies and the global arena. No doubt, some countries may face harder difficulties, including the refugee burden-bearing countries like Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, Syrian refugees in other countries. This situation may also affect the Zakat payers as well in the changed socio-economic conditions. So, the efforts of Zakat and Sadaqah mobilization and collection by the Zakat organizations may be disrupted. WZF member organizations should be more proactive in terms of exploring options for collection of resources of Zakat and Sadaqah. For example, we can urge the Zakat payers to pay Zakat in advance, as some speakers has already mentioned it, particularly our brother from Saudi Arabia. However, experience shows from Bangladesh that our collection of Zakat and Sadaqah have been increased in the last Ramadan. Brother Adim Kedwai from UK also expressed same views yesterday in his deliberation. We hope this beauty of Islam will continue further in the years to come. It seems to be a positive signal for Zakat organizations and the Muslim Ummah. Zakat organizations also need to identify the deserving mustahiks well ahead and prepare the database so that delivery of goods and services can be done in a very smartly manner. It is my pleasure to inform you that our organization, Center for Zakat Management in Bangladesh, has provided financial support to as many as 100,000 needy people during the COVID-19 situation. Our organized database of the mustahiks helped us to do the job efficiently. More efforts in this regard are underway. In fact, we can exploit the opportunities to show the strength of Zakat and social finance and the efficiency of Zakat organizations for poverty alleviation and emergency response. Number 2, digital technology in Zakat management. There was a separate plenary session yesterday on this subject. However, I'd like to add some more points. There are two major constraints faced in Zakat distribution which need to be focused. That is, inability to identify and validate the Zakat recipients in a transparent and convenient manner by Zakat administrators, and distribution of Zakat without the recipient being physically present in the Zakat administrator's office. To overcome those two constraints in the Zakat distribution stage, using the Internet of Things, IoT, a technology-based solution can be explored. It is also necessary that Zakat administrators use technology to complement their operations and also to formulate legal and regulatory frameworks to manage technology in relation to Zakat. Number 3, roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Secretary Generals and geographical mapping for WZF networking. The role of WZF Secretariat, including the Deputy Secretary Generals, are very crucial. In order to strengthen the role of Deputy Secretary Generals, WZF Secretariat needs to do two things. Number 1, assigning the specific responsibilities to the DGs, Deputy Secretary Generals. And 2, mapping the geographical areas of the globe for their designated jurisdictions. In fact, WZF needs to strengthen the relation and communication with Zakat organizations and the governments. Number 4, introducing WZF Award for Successful Management of Zakat for Poverty Alleviation. You see, the theories and methodologies for poverty alleviation have got many dimensions. Interest-based microcredit has been emerged as a widely and globally acceptable model for financial empowerment of the poor.
Yes, you may continue, my brother. I think that you microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's good.
Thank you. Thank you. The Grameen Bank are the largest NGOs in the world, BRAC. I think you know the names of these two big organizations, have been leading the microcredit program, and millions of innocent Muslims, not only in Bangladesh, the other countries as well, finding no other way to take the interest-based microloans from them. Even some governments, including our country, promote microcredit in their development agenda, in development long-term planning even. It would have been better if we could present innovative model for Zakat-based poverty alleviation strategy. There is no doubt that Islamic finance in general and Zakat Sadaqah in particular has got potentiality to eradicate poverty, but only rhetoric, speech, and issuing fiqh rules will not be adequate to eradicate the menace of poverty from the Muslim community. In fact, we need to set examples of successful Zakat-based projects for poverty alleviation. My organization, Center for Zakat Management, has introduced and implemented Jibika model for poverty alleviation by adopting integrated demand-driven supervisory strategies. Other Zakat organizations may also have the more or less similar projects and examples as well. I would like to propose for introducing WZF Award for best practices of Zakat management, poverty alleviation strategies, and innovative research. maybe in other categories as well. Number 5, collaboration with Islamic Development Bank and YC. Many of us participating in the conference may be aware of the decision of World Zakat Forum to establish a global Zakat fund, as Dr. El Noor has mentioned, that Zakat and Sadaqah fund, in collaboration with Islamic Development Bank and AYC. Some preliminary works has already been in progress, if I am not wrong. Besides, I would like to make a submission that WZF needs to be closer associate of Islamic Development Bank and YC for greater collaboration. Number 6, fortunately, only a few countries, has been successful in preserving the Zakat system from the prophetic era, but unfortunately, many Muslim countries in the contemporary world are yet to explore the golden treasure of Zakat and Waqf fund in their economic systems. In recent years, some governments and Zakat organizations have come forward to rediscover the glorious past of Zakat economy. Some are still in the backseats. WZF needs to strengthen advocacy with different Muslim governments for inclusion of Zakat and Awqaf in their policy agenda. Number 7 recommendation, establishment of a permanent headquarters for World Zakat Forum. Many thanks to Indonesian government and the leaders of BAZNAS for supporting and promoting the role of World Zakat Forum for many years. I think a permanent headquarters, that means head office, for World Zakat Forum is an urgent need of the time. WZF Secretariat may consider to construct a building as a waqf or endowment property with the help of Muslim governments and Islamic Development Bank. As I know, there is a separate program of Islamic Development Fund for supporting this type of projects. Number 8, directory of WZF member organizations. Alhamdulillah, many Zakat organizations in the public and private sectors are working worldwide. The performance of many of them are highly encouraging in terms of management efficiency and scholastic approaches. We need to share our experience more frequently. However, the details of the member organizations are not available in a single document. So I would like to recommend that a directory of World Zakat Forum member organizations should be prepared by WZF Secretariat. In addition, I fully support the idea of WZF online learning platform, digital library, put forward by Dr. El Noor just a few minutes ago. And number 10, I would like to suggest that WZF may prepare an annual report in a standard format, highlighting the activities of Zakat organizations around the world, so that we can know the detailed activities and we can learn from other organizations as well. And finally, I would like to thank Professor Bambang, Dr. Jainul Bahanur, the Deputy Secretary Generals, the Executive Secretary, Dr. Irfan Baig, and officials of WZF Secretariat for their valuable contribution during the last years and for keeping the wheels of WZF moving in the pandemic situation. I hope under the chairmanship of new World Zakat Forum Secretary General and active role of the deputies and members of WZF, we would be able to create a momentum to Zakat revival movement across the Ummah. Many thanks to the moderator for conducting session efficiently and the participants for listening me patiently. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for blessings, His blessings for achieving our common noble objectives. Thank you so much. Jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, my brother Dr. Muhammad Ayub Miah. As usual, you have always been pointing out very out of box significant matters that we have to take care. And at the present moment, you give 8 points. You add number 10 that you have to have a good report for that. Thanks that you noted that the number of our members countries has been growing rapidly. And we have also been strengthening our World Zakat Forum cooperation with UN. I noted that, and BAZNAS Indonesia has also been doing the same. We have really given a very good presentation inside even in 2017 for the first time that United Nations discussed about zakat participation in achieving the SDGs goals in 2030. And you also point out how important the Sharia audit standard that we have to have it for global zakat fund. I noted also what did you say that the World Zakat Forum must be proactive in trying to get options in collecting zakat and sadaqah all over the world, and among other things, by using the Internet of Things. And we have to have a database of mustahik all over the world. That's not really easy, but this is some of the homeworks for the next Secretary General, I believe. We have to strengthen the rule of the beauty of Secretary General of World Zakat Forum. It's very good that you pointing out 2 points in this case, that assigning the term of reference for each task and duty of each of the Secretary General, and you also ask us to have a map for each of the Deputy Secretary General in expediting the tasks month by month, year by year. I noted also that you are proposing for World Zakat Forum to have World Zakat Forum Awards. I think it's time to do it. I believe it. It must be side by side with the GIFA Awards and the ISDB's awards. And we have to discuss about it later on. And we have to strengthen collaboration with ISDB. True, we have some good cooperation with ISDB. We got also some grants from ISDB, which I believe that ISDB would also like to give it to another member countries of World Zakat Forum. You also mentioning that we have to take care seriously of some ZMO which are still in the backseat. Then the last point that you ask us to think about is to have a permanent headquarter of World Zakat Forum. Hopefully we'll do it and have it in Indonesia. Thanks a lot, my brother. I think we have completed the whole presentation by the honorable speakers at this time. And it's good for us to open a question and answer. If some of you have something to ask and something to add for the whole of presentations given by the 3 prominent scholars, Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji, Dr. Elnur Lihovic, and Dr. Muhammad Ayub Mia. May I ask all of you to share with the question and answer session at this time. I read here in the screen from Jantung Hilmi Al-Jandi, Peduli Sehat Foundation Indonesia, to Dr. Saleh Alawaji. The question is how to increase synergy cooperation between zakat management institution and international NGOs. I believe that the answer could be given by Dr. Saleh Al-Alawaji to satisfy the question. Yes, please, Brother Saleh Ali Alawaji.
Assalamu alaikum again.
Salam.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Jundi, for this question. It is important to have such synergy and cooperation between NGOs and zakat management institutions, And I assume that having the World Zakat Forum in place, which is a platform that serves anything related to Zakat, and I wish that we focus only on Zakat, kindly let Sadaqah and Waqf be discussed under some other maybe umbrella. But for Zakat, as we know, Zakat is directed to certain recipients defined by Al-Quran Al-Kareem in 8 categories, starting by the poor and miskin and so on. So kindly let's focus on how we can take advantage of such as cooperation with NGOs. Let's take, for example, Indonesia as an example, and this organization that you represent, and I assume this is one of the NGOs in Indonesia, in a vast or a sheer land, a big country like Indonesia, there must be scores of NGOs in different cities and different islands. These can help by surveying their communities to determine where are the needy families and what are their needs, and in the same time report that to the nearest zakat institution in order to have the zakat directed to the real recipients and the actual recipients of zakat. This is one of the major contributions that NGOs can help with. They can also determine the types of needs of these families or these communities to direct the zakat in kind. Some institutions and some corporates or some individuals, they give zakat not only in cash but in kind. So if it is, for example, some medical needs, it can be directed to communities where they need such medical needs. If it is clothing, it can go to communities where they find that clothing is needed there, and so on and so forth. The cooperation with NGOs, as the NGOs are the non-government agencies, are representing their communities, the communities that they are established in, so they know better the needs of their communities. This is only maybe 2 or 3 examples I gave on the types of cooperation that can be between NGOs and zakat management institutions. And I assume if we give this more focus in our coming meetings, we may invite some NGOs and listen to them in order to find common grounds with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Saleh Ali Alawaji. We have to make it sure that we'll invite some NGOs in each country, and we'll have really a very interesting conference for them to give some points that we have to do in the next period of World Zakat Forum. We still have 15 minutes left. Is there any question? Would you please put it? Yes. Yes, from Brother Fadan Budiman, BAZNAS Kota Salatiga. Thanks a lot, Pak Budiman. This is also to Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji. What is the strategy to optimize collection and distribution of zakat in Saudi Arabia during the pandemic? It's very important questions that we have to learn about it. Would you please, again, my brother Saleh Ali Alawaji.
Certainly. In Saudi Arabia, as I have mentioned briefly in my presentation, in the speech that I made, we now more than ever relying on electronic means. So collection now is done remotely, electronically. So nobody goes and collect in person, physically. collection is made on the platforms that we have here for the Zakat. And Zakat for businesses is they file and they pay through the system. That's for businesses. For individuals, we have what's called Zakati. It is it's a portal, and there is also an app where people can voluntarily pay their zakat. They do the computation. It helps you to do the computation. You give all the assets that you have. If you have a land, if you have crops of a field or a farm, if you have cattle, if you have other like income in cash or maybe gold. So everything can be put in that platform, and a calculator makes the calculation and tells you this is the amount you're supposed to pay. This is if you are an individual. And then you may pay that, or you may pay more than that. And you may say that this is for this year, and I am paying the same amount for next year because I know that there is a real need. So collection now is very organized. Of course, we work, or the Gazette, the General Authority for Zakat and Tax and Income Tax, they are working hard to expand and extend the foothold of the foothold of their services, because there is always, or everywhere you go, there is always a number, maybe a small percentage of non-payers of zakat or tax, so they can reach to them. This is in regard of businesses. But for individuals, it is done voluntarily, as I mentioned. Distribution, we have only one channel to distribute, which is the Social Security under the Ministry of Social Affairs. And they go in the field every 6 months to review the recipients and whether they are still categorized as needy families or needy individuals. If they are not, they are taken away from the list of recipients. If there are more to be added to the list of recipients, they do that. And they distribute whatever comes from the General Authority of Zakat to them. And in Saudi Arabia, I don't know about other countries, the government from the treasury, they add to all these amounts paid to the recipients. So it's not only the zakat collected, it is a subsidy that comes from the government for needy families in order to keep their economic needs sufficed to the possible extent. So a family in general of 5 or 6 people categorized as poor families, they receive about monthly about $1,500 US.
Thank you, Brother Dr. Saleh Al-Alawaji. Would you please add a bit more about what do you do as payment of zakat as mandatory to not only the people of Saudi Arabia, but for each of corporations in the country, that whenever they are not paying zakat, then you close the corporations. Is it true? And you please give that a little bit more?
In Saudi Arabia, of course, we have some full owned Saudi or GCC owners. If the owners in the company are Saudi nationality or from the GCC country, they're obliged to pay zakat. If they have, we have some mixed corporations where we have Saudi and non-Saudi or non-GCC partners. So the Saudi partners pay zakat, and the non-Saudi, they pay income tax 20% on the net profit of their share in the corporate. In Saudi Arabia, until now, the Gazette, which is the General Authority of Zakat, collects zakat only from businesses, but not from individuals. Therefore, there is this portal, which is called Zakati, this is for the public, the individuals, who are not businesses. They pay their zakat through it directly, but voluntarily. So the government is not fining those who don't pay zakat, because it's left to their discretion. So they can pay it through the portal, or maybe they can pay it to some of their relatives or needy families or needy individuals in their own communities. I hope I answered to your question. I hope I answered your question.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It's not all countries, all Muslim countries, that having one channel to distribute and one channel to collect zakat, for which we wish that one day, Saleh Ali Alawaji, that you invite the zakat organizations in other country to visit Saudi Arabia to study more about your collection of zakat through electrically and the system of collection in Saudi Arabia. Thanks a lot.
Certainly. Thank you.
We still have 10 minutes left. I have seen here one question from South Africa. Our sister Yasmin Frank. In looking to strengthen the role of the World Zakat Forum, other than capacity building in respect of sharing best practices and knowledge sharing, what about supporting smaller member country organization from a financial perspective to aid infrastructural and even technological development to ensure sustainability of the important service this smaller organization offer in their respective countries, especially because donors are reluctant to donate towards operating costs. This is addressed to Dr. Elnur Salihovic. Would you please, you are expert in this matter, Brother Elnur. Please on your microphone. We are not hearing to you yet, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good now.
that was muted. Yes, of course. I believe that the role of World Zakat Forum is not only to share some experiences and best practice, but also in the future, I hope, inshallah, the World Zakat Forum will be able to support some, as you mentioned, smaller member country organizations, such as in minority Muslim populated countries. There are, and I know there are many, and we should to have more empathy for the especially for the Muslims in minority Muslim populated countries, and also for Muslim nations that are in let's say some countries with poor countries or countries with lower GDP per capita, and also unfortunately there are many Muslim countries and communities, and I believe that there is a real need and possibility for World Zakat Forum members, and not only World Zakat Forum members. For example, we can see in some let's say, wealthy Muslim nations and countries, there is a very well established Zakat institutions, and I believe and I strongly support idea that well-established Zakat institutions and wealthy nations, Muslim nations, should support in capacity building and in some technical improvements by some donating some equipment and some know-how to the and also providing some education for the some let's say smaller member country organizations or minority Muslim populated or poor countries. And that is unfortunately I just can mention that according to United Nations, currently around 65% of all emergencies in the world are in the majority Muslim populated countries, such as Yemen, Syria, Somalia, Rohingya crisis, some other countries in Asia, in Africa, and also there is a huge need that all of us work together to identify priorities for our joint collaboration and efforts to support these people in emergencies, as well as some Muslim communities that are in need for greater support to improve their situation and to improve their organizations to be able to provide greater support to the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Nur. It's really very sad to say what you said just now, that 65% of emergency life globally are in Islamic countries. And I think what you said in explaining your answer to the last question, that World Zakat Forum in the future should also able to support smaller countries, organizations to really try to have something to do with the poverty evolution. We have still a couple of minutes left, so hopefully that this is the last question, very short. And please, Dr. Muhammad Ayub Mia, to explain it in a very short answer also. How do you integrate Zakat program with local government program in handling COVID-19 pandemic in Bangladesh?
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum again. Thank you very much for the very relevant question right now. In fact, Bangladesh has got local governments as well as the local representatives, the people's representatives as well. That is we call local government. In fact, we have a lot of projects in the rural areas, particularly, and that we call the Jivika programs, livelihood development program, and we have connection with the local government for their support, and in the local government that called Upojela, they coordinate all the activities of the NGOs and the charity organizations, including the support services to COVID-19 pandemic. We provided financial cash support to our enlisted Zakat receivers, that were mustahiks, and that has been endorsed by the local government, number one. Number two, we do operate as many as more than 40 primary healthcare centers in the rural areas. And again, that has a link with the government as well as the government medical doctors in that area, and they are providing supports to us. We have provided PPE, and the mask, the sanitizer, and so on to these health centers for providing it to the mustahiks, the poor mustahiks particularly. Again, we have a strong database. In fact, I mentioned in my deliberations that in the last couple of months, we delivered financial support as well as some relief goods to as many as 100,000 population with very strong database, including some university students and their families. So we have very good relation with the local government, and without their support, we cannot implement all these things. So it was, in fact, integrated program for supporting the needy people due to COVID-19 pandemic in our country. Thank you.
Okay.
But, sorry, I would like to add one more. That is, we are working in Rohingya refugee camps for last couple of years. In fact, BAZNAS has helped us with fund and as well as 3 ambulances. And the project is still working there. And again, we have very strong collaboration with the local government there. We are supporting not only the Rohingyas, we also support the local people, local needy people in that area as well. And the very strong collaboration with the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aibmia. It is now 15:40, and we have to end this third session of the whole presentations in the second day of our International Conference. Excellency Secretary General Professor Bambang Sutubio, Excellency Deputy Secretary Generals, Excellency representative of World Zakat Forum, members and honorable guests, thanks so much for your participation. And it's a very high appreciation that we have to give to the presenter, to the prominent speakers of 3 gentlemen. We had just now had it. Thanks so much for your presentations, the honorable speakers. And thanks a lot for the questions that given and had also been responded in a very well manner. Thanks a lot. I give this back to the master of ceremony of this program. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran lakum ya Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur. Sayyidati wa sadati, alhamdulillah, akmalna wa wasalna ila nihayati al-jilsah al-amma al-thalitha. Fa waddu an uqaddim jazila syukr li fadilati Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur ala tafadhulikum fi idarati hadhihi al-jilsah al-mubarakah. Kama la ansa aidan an arfa tahiyati wa taqdiri wa ihtirami li kullin minal muhadirin. Fadilatul Dr. Soleh Ali Al-Awaji, kadzalika Fadilatul Dr. Al-Nur Al-Kofiq, kama a'rif at-taqdir li Fadilatul Dr. Muhammad Ayub Miyah ala tafaddulihim jami'an wa ala muhadaratihim jami'an al-qayyimah. Wa hadhi al-muhadarah muhadarah nafiyah wa mufidah lada al-jami' insyaallah.
Respected speakers and dear audience, before moving on to the next agenda, we would first like to show you a recap of Day 1 of the World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020. The ministerial discussion will begin momentarily at exactly 4 p.m. Jakarta time. Audience, please stand by. warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahilladzi farada 'alal muslimina az-zakah kama farada 'alaihim as-salah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala khairil bariyah nabiyyina wa rasulina Muhammad ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Sahibus sumu Naibur Rais li Jumhuriyati Indonesia Fadilatul Syekh Kiai Ma'ruf Amin Al-Hajj Hafidhahullahu ta'ala wa atala baqa'ahu fi khidmatil biladi wal ibad. Sahibus Sa'adah Al-Aminul Am di Muntadal Alami Liz-Zakah Al-Ustaz Dr. Bambang Sudibyo Wafaqahullahu liman yuhibbu rabbuna wa yarda. Ma'ali Wazir Syu'uni Diniyah li Jumhuriyat Indonesia Al-Jenderal Al-Jayshul Watani Al-Indonesi Al-Mutaka'id Fakhrul Razi Al-Hajj Wafaqallahu lima yuhibbu rabbuna wa tarda. Hadratul Muhtaram Al-Sekretar Al-Tanfidhi Al-Muntada Al-Alami Lil-Zakah Dr. Irfan Tauqi Baik Ayyadahullahu wa hayyah wa ya ayyuhas sajidat wa sadat al-muhtaramun.
Welcome to the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020.
First of all, I would like to thank to the ordering committee to appoint me as a moderator for the first plenary session of these activities.
Thank you to the World Zakat Forum moderator, our panelists and participants present in this live forum.
You can offer to cushion the negative consequences or effects of that particular situation. And then the same that single effort being accepted by many of the ulama, it is a very good effort that has helped in encouraging people to give out to people who have suffered from this pandemic.
COVID exposes the global inequality gap between the advanced and the advancing economies, of which Ghana is.
The existence of the World Zakat Forum and the role of the organization, which members consist of regulators, operators, practitioners, researchers, and academicians of cross-country, is expected its benefit and contribution, particularly to give support to our society in order to handle the health recovery, economic, and other general welfare issues during this COVID-19 pandemic.
Safety nets by governments can take various forms for the households, firms, and the financial services sector.
And particularly as the topic is post-COVID, global economy activation, and in terms of adoption of technology in Zakat administration.
Thank you, the organizer of World Zakat Forum and Secretariat of BAZNAS on inviting Lembaga Zakat Selangor to share our journey.
I would like to speak for the next 20 minutes and share some of the thoughts that we've been having at the National Zakat Foundation.
Forum ini dapat digunakan sebagai platform untuk merumuskan solusi efektif untuk memberikan bantuan bagi mereka yang membutuhkan.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, The World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Every day, we are connected. The information exchange is getting faster, encouraging us to involve the goodness to move and spread faster. BAZNAS continues to innovate the way to the goodness as easy as moving the fingers. Through BAZNAS platform, non-commercial platform, commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platforms, and social media platform, BAZNAS is available in many online media. We always strive to give our best so that goodness can be spread easy as moving the fingers.
Generasi ini serba cepat, praktis, dan selalu ingin perubahan. Seperti halnya generasi sebelum mereka dan generasi sebelumnya lagi. Tapi ada satu hal yang tak pernah berubah. Pencarian mereka akan nilai-nilai kebaikan. Bersama BNI Syariah, jalan kebaikan itu akan selalu terbuka.
Wah, pernah itu malam-malam waktu masih jualan di Kota Kembang, pas mau nyebrang ditabrak sampai termos itu pecah semua. Kalau dibilang cukup dan nggak cukup, sebenarnya nggak cukup. Pernah cuma laku satu gelas, itu pun jalannya juga waktu itu masih jualannya di GDC. Semangat saya itu anak-anak saya. Saya jualan kayak gini untuk mereka. Saya nggak pengen anak saya ikut jualan. Tapi mau gimana, keadaan seperti itu. Anak saya harus ikut jualan. Saya pengen anak saya di rumah, nggak kedinginan, nggak kena angin malam. Tapi mau gimana? Memang keadaan seperti itu diharuskan mereka harus ikut setiap hari. Harapan saya pengen anak saya lebih baik dari saya, hidup lebih baik dari saya, bisa jadi apa yang mereka inginkan kelak.
Desa Berdaya is an empowerment program within the scope of a village or sub-district through an integrated approach. The programs implemented include communication development, economic programs, education, healthcare, environment, to disaster preparedness. The target of Desa Berdaya is the growth and development of local institutions, which can solve problems in their own environment. By combining the strengths and assets of their village and collaborating with others, especially the village government. Desa Berdaya exists because your donation of zakat, infak, wakaf, and your social and humanitarian funds, which are distributed through Rumah Zakat. Thank you for your collaboration. Let's create more happiness through Desa Berdaya.
social finance plays an important role in the daily life of a Muslim. Therefore, it is crucial to unlock the full potential of zakat in order to obtain the greatest benefit and achieve socio-economic welfare. During this ministerial discussion, we will discuss the topic of zakat as a potential fiscal policy instrument in Muslim countries. This session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo, MBA, CA. To Professor Bambang Sudibyo, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Soon we will have the ministerial discussion with topic Zakat is a potential fiscal policy instrument in Muslim countries. Originally, in this session, we have two speakers, two ministers, who are His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Zahir Ali, Minister of Religious Affairs of Maldives. Yeah. Yes, he will be one of the speakers, and the other one is supposed to be His Excellency Aiman Riyad Al-Mufleh, Minister of Social Development of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Yeah. However, His Excellency Al-Mufleh has just make notification that he will not be able to join the discussion, and therefore he will be replaced by His Excellency Muhammad Kilani, Vice Secretary General of Jordan Hashemite Charity Organization. Yeah. I don't have the short CV of the His Excellency Muhammad Kilani. However, I have a short CV of Dr. Ahmad Zahir Ali. Dr. Ahmad, His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Zahir Ali speak 4 languages, which are Difahi, I don't know what is that, yeah. Difahi, English, Arabic, and Urdu. He got his Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science from the International Islamic University, Malaysia, IIUM, Malaysia. He was minister, is now Minister of Islamic Affairs, yeah, since 2018. Before that, he was from 2016 to 2018. Yeah, he was the director in the Ministry of Islamic Affairs, Republic of Maldives. He was very active as speaker, yeah, in many seminars and conferences. Yeah. Without further ado, I would like now to let His Excellency Dr. Ahmad Zahir Ali to start his presentation. Dr. Ahmad Zahir Ali, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellency. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Amma ba'd. Respected Chief Guests, Excellencies, delegates, and my dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
Mutual sharing of community income as represented by Zakat is the basic orientation of any Islamic economy. Zakat as a religious obligation on Muslims is payable on various categories of physical and financial assets. The Holy Quran has analyzed the 8 categories of people to whom the zakat should be given. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran, إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها والمؤلفة قلوبهم وفي الرقاب والغارمين وفي سبيل الله وابن السبيل فريضة من الله والله عليم حكيم. However, many Islamic states like the Maldives may not need to distribute zakat to all 8 categories. This is because in the distribution of zakat, the most needy category can have the largest share. If the zakat is collected properly and distributed transparently to the mentioned categories, it eases the social welfare pressure on the government. This is because most of the people in the category are looked after by the government. For instance, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many of our preschools and Quran classes were completely shut down. In order to reopen and re-establish these schools and classes, a huge sum of money was provided as support from the Zakat fund. Similarly, Maldivians who were stranded in other countries during the pandemic were repatriated back to the Maldives with the support from Zakat fund. In addition, many foreign workers who lost their jobs and were left on streets were provided with food and shelter with the support from Zakat fund. By looking at these examples, it is clear that Zakat can be utilized as a support mechanism for government social welfare expenses. However, it is to be understood that the Zakat collection cannot be utilized as government budget revenue, as the government revenue may be utilized in various projects which may not be Sharia compliant. It has to be noted that Zakat collection can only be utilized for projects and activities that is consistent with the provision of the Sharia. Moreover, if the government starts utilizing the Zakat collection as a budget revenue, people may lose trust in the Zakat collection agency and may fulfill Zakat obligation by paying Zakat dues direct to the target groups. Therefore, it is the mandate of the Ministry of Islamic Affairs, Republic of the Maldives, to ensure that Zakat is collected and utilized according to the provisions of the Islamic Sharia. At present, the payment of the Zakat by individuals is a choice, and the authorities does not ensure enforce its payment. To overcome this, the implementation of the Zakat Act will make it obligatory on all individuals to pay Zakat due on them. This will increase the volume of Zakat collection and will ultimately increase the Zakat support for the government social welfare expenses on the targeted group. In addition, the ministry has taken the initiative to develop a program to support the poor and needy to establish their own small-scale business and enterprise. This will enable the target groups to develop the necessary skills to establish the enterprise and then to run them with the funds provided by Zakat. As a result, this project will help to drastically reduce the number of people who are eligible to receive Zakat. To conclude, I wish to thank the organizers of World Zakat Forum for inviting me. Indeed, the knowledge shared in this forum has been very insightful and enlightening. I would like to thank the President of the Maldives, His Excellency Ibrahim Muhammad Saleh, and his government for the untiring efforts carried out in the developing the Zakat initiatives in the country. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Zahir Ali. Now I would like to ask His Excellency Muhammad Kilani from Vice Secretary General of Jordan Hashemite Charity Organization, to do his presentation. Excellency Muhammad Kilani, the floor is yours. Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm the Minister of Social Development Affairs of Jordan, Ayman Muflih. I would like to.
I'm sorry, Excellency, because I was noted just recently that Your Excellency will not be able, and then was replaced by. But apparently you can attend the ministerial discussion. So I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
First of all,
very good.
I have 5 minutes.
Okay.
If you allow me, I have 5 minutes to have a comment regarding this forum, because it's very close to my heart, and I participate several times to this forum, and I can see a lot of friends. They are with this in this conference. If you allow me, moderator, to have 5 minutes, a quick notes, and then I will let the floor for Mr. Kilani to continue, unless you allow us, me and the previous speaker, to answer some questions. So I can have more another 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Your Excellency, and thank you for the organization of organizing this World Zakat Forum, and the pleasure of having me to speak in my new post, which has been appointed 1 month late ago as the Minister of Social Development of Jordan. Before of that, I was the Secretary General of Jordan Hashemite Charity Organization. I attend several times, and I visit Jakarta and other countries to present our situation about the Zakah. If you allow me, I would like to start a short speech. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وما تقدمون لأنفسكم من خير تجدوه عند الله إن الله بما تعملون بصير صدق الله العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم خذ من أموالهم صدقة تطهرهم وتزكيهم بها صدق الله العظيم. In this 2 ayah Quran, it's translate all the zakah issue and the obligation of the Muslims, how to pay the zakah and to give their money for the poor people. As you know, everyone, the zakah is the 3rd pillar of the Islam. So it's an obligation for all Muslims to pay the zakah. وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأطيعوا الرسول لعلكم ترحمون صدق الله العظيم. My previous speakers, he talked about the zakah and the process of the zakah and how the government should be engaged of providing information and data, but without getting the money and the zakah money into the system, because it is our duty to give the zakah for the 8 pillars of Muslims, that they can benefit of that. As you know, Your Excellencies, because of COVID and what happened of the COVID and the result of the COVID, a lot of people, they lost their work, and the need now, it's more important for helping them and to live a decent life. That's why we should engage not only the zakah, we should engage the Islamic finance in the whole concept, the waqf, the sadaqah, the zakah, everything, because we are now indeed need the Islamic fund for helping other people and helping the poor people. Bear in your mind also the refugees. The refugees are most important category of helping these people of the zakah and other category. قال تعالى إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها والمؤلفة قلوبهم وفي الرقاب والغارمين وفي سبيل الله وابن السبيل. These are the 8 categories that should spend the zakah on them. I will speak about Jordan and the role of the zakah in Jordan, and we have several programs regarding the zakah from Indonesia and other countries, Malaysia and neighboring countries, that they provide us with a certain amount, and we help the Palestinian in Jordan and also the Syrian refugees and also for the Jordanian. So it does not mean that you can spend only in your country. yes, the priority is the country, but you can spend other sources and other the zakah outside the country, because sometimes there is a necessary for these people, and we can help them to live a decent life and to stay more until the crisis has gone. And if you allow me also for the last point, if all the Muslims pay their duty 2.5% of their wealth, believe me, you will not find one single poor man or woman in the whole world, Muslims and non-Muslims. This is our duty, to get the awareness and to try to promote the zakah issue around the world, and we can start off ourselves as Muslims, and then we can spread the whole message for all religious, because everyone in the religious Muslim, they have the zakah. The Hindus also, they have something that they can pay. The Jewish, even though the Christian, so everyone, there is a way of helping others and to provide a decent life to other. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And I have another 5 minutes if there is any questions, Your Excellency.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, later on, the presentation of His Excellency Ayman Riyad Al-Mufleh will be continued by His Excellency Muhammad Kilani. But because of time limit, if there are any question for His Excellency Ayman Riyad Al-Mufleh, then we can now show the question, please. Okay, this is from Rahma Fitriati. Yeah, to all speaker. Yeah, okay. Does the special tax policy in your country have a significant influence on zakat recipients, especially the impact of COVID-19, which caused many people to lose their jobs? Please give an example of this particular policy, which is highly recognized by the public for its impact. Yeah, I would like now to address this question to His Excellency Minister Ayman Riyad Al-Mufleh. Please, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the question. Starting March 2020, the government issued a law to provide and the impact of COVID-19. So no one can leave their job, but there is a certain percentage of paying the salary. The government are paying 50% of that salary, and the owner of the factory or the private sector, he's covering the other 50%. This order has been moving from March till today, and we're hoping it's to continue of that. But as you know, we're suffering of the situation of the funding process and funding issue. So we're going to continue in this and to protect the people that are working, and they will not lose their job unless there is something happened more major and something wrong happened in the COVID-19. Because of the lockdown at that period in March, yes, a lot of people are suffering of the income, of their income, but now there is no lockdown and there is an opportunity that they can work and back to work, which is, it's a good for the economic situation. Thank you.
Okay, now I would like to have Dr. Ahmed Zahir Ali to also respond to this question. Maybe it's still muted.
Okay. Sorry. In our country, we have civil service staff and private sector as well. In civil sector, government didn't reduce any salary. Government paid their salary, and in private sector, we face some problem. Some private sector closed resorts and some shops. We affected a lot as other countries from this COVID-19. So those who lost their jobs, and also some private sector, they reduce some percent of salary. Then government tried to give some support from the government through government. For example, for per person, 5,000 rupiah, that is rupiah. So government try to help those and people. They get some problems as well. There are some people, they as I have mentioned in my speech, they lost their job, and they don't have they didn't get any shelter to stay. Then government helped them and gave food and shelter as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, another question. Okay, this is from Asir Kerala, India. Yeah, this is to His Excellency Aiman Mofleh. Is there any zakat institution in Jordan under the government? Is there any NGO stealing zakat activities? What step will be taken by the government to provide to help these NGOs? Please, Excellency Aiman Al-Mofleh.
Yes, thank you for Bashir from India. Yes, in Jordan, the Zakat Institute, it's under the government, but with the Sharia regulation. So there is no any way to spend out of the Sharia process, and with the 8 pillars that allow the Zakat Institute to spend. The second part of the question, there is some local NGOs. The government and the Zakat Institute allowed them to collect the Zakah with the Sharia law, and to be spent under the 8 pillars, as I mentioned in my speech. We are helping in Jordan, not the NGOs. We are helping the people are registered under these local NGOs, and after providing several steps to make sure that the person is obligated to the zakah process, and he can take from the zakah institute money. Thank you.
Okay, maybe there is some other question, please. Okay, this is from Wafiuddin Sakam, yeah, to His Excellency Ahmad Zahir Ali, yeah. In Indonesia, Muslim citizens pay tax and zakat, while the non-Muslim citizens pay tax only. Indonesian Muslims are bearing double burdens. I encourage the tax paid by merchant to be credited as their zakat. And since Indonesian Muslims are generous people, encourage them to allocate more sedekah and wakaf to wakaf. Please, Dr. Ahmad Zahir Ali,
Yes.
your comment, please.
Yeah, thank you. We, as I have mentioned in my speech, we are trying to have a Zakat Act and implement the Act. If we implement that the Act, I think we will solve like these problems. Actually, as mentioned in the question, to paying tax as well, paying zakat, it should be should be quite big burden for the person who is paying tax and zakat. So we are trying to implement, if the person pay tax, then government, if person pay zakat 2.5%, then the from the tax money we are taking 6%, then will reduce that 2.5%. Then government will take from him after reducing zakat that percent, 2.5%. Thank you.
So that means that what the Muslim paid here for zakat is deductible to the tax obligation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good, because in Indonesia it's only deductible to the revenue, to the revenue, to the taxable, to the taxable revenue, not the tax itself. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, maybe there is an other question. No other question?
Your Excellency.
Oh, this is one more question. Yeah. Question from Yusuf Geoffrey. Yeah. To all speakers. Do you standard framework for the management of zakat which can be replicated in my country? I don't know what is the meaning. Yeah. What is? Do you have maybe? Yeah. Do you have standard framework for the management of zakat which can be replicated in other country? Maybe. Okay, please, His Excellency, Ayman Al-Mufri.
Yes, Your Excellency, if I understood the question, it's a structure of the Zakah Institute that he was asking about, that it can replicate it in his country. I think everyone can take the experience of other countries, but he cannot replicate it in the country without taking the private issue and the law of this country. But it's good to look at the experience of others and to see that there is a goodwill of this organization and this institute of the Zakah, and from that point he can implement it in his country, of course, with the law and the conditions in that country that the question has been asked about it. If you allow me, Your Excellency, and I have to leave after I hear from His Excellency, the Minister of Maldives, and then I have to leave.
Okay, yeah. So please, His Excellency, Dr. Ahmed Zair Ali, now the time is yours.
Thank you. As mentioned, Excellency Malal Wazir, we have to get benefit from different countries from their experience. Then we also trying to get other persons advice, and we are trying to improve our zakat framework. For example, in our country, the ministry is the regulatory body for zakat activities. So we have zakat advisory committee, that is a Sharia board. Then we have zakat committee. Then under this committee, we have other three committee: zakat scholarship committee, zakat administrative committee, and also this is we are working in our ministry. We have divided some committees. Then we are trying to regulate every committee through zakat committee. Zakat committee, it means that is the main regulator committee for other subcommittees. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to thank His Excellency Aiman Riyad Al-Mufleh for your participation. Yeah, you may now leave the session. Yeah, but still we have Excellency Ahmed Zair Ali. So if you have any other question for him, you can still ask some question for Dr. Zair Ali. Yeah. Any other question, please? Apparently, there is no other question. Yeah. So we can now conclude. Yeah, the session. Yeah. Actually, the session is supposed to discuss zakat is a potential fiscal policy instrument in Muslim countries. Yeah. From the presentation of the two ministers, apparently that it is not that easy, yeah, to make zakat as an instrument of fiscal policy. Yeah, there are some limitation because zakat is Sharia regulated. Yeah, but maybe to some degree can be used as a sportive instrument, yeah, to fiscal instrument, but it is limited because of Sharia compliance consideration. Yeah, I think that is the conclusion, and I would now like to end the session with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran li fadilatil Ustaz Dr. Kambang Sudibyo ala tafadhulikum fi darati hadhihi al-jilsa al-mubarakah. Ayyuhas sadah wa sayyidat, لقد أكملنا وشهدنا معا هذه الجلسة المباركة، فأريد أن أقدم وأرفع جزيل الشكر لكل المحاضرين في هذه الجلسة، فنتمنى لنا ولجميع الإخوة المشاركين أن يستفيد من هذه الجلسة المباركة. أيها الحفل الكريم، هيا بنا نصغي إلى فيديو ترويجية من أصحاب المهمة، وفي هذا المقام معا نشاهد هذا فيديو.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of Zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global Ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Every day we are connected. The information exchange is getting faster, encouraging us to involve the goodness to move and spread faster. BAZNAS continues to innovate the way to the goodness as easy as moving the fingers. Through BAZNAS platform, non-commercial platform, commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platforms, and social media platform, BAZNAS is available in many online media. We always strive to give our best so that goodness can be spread easy as moving the fingers.
Generasi ini serba cepat, praktis, dan selalu ingin perubahan. Seperti halnya generasi sebelum mereka dan generasi sebelumnya lagi. Tapi ada satu hal yang tak pernah berubah. Pencarian mereka akan nilai-nilai kebaikan. Bersama BNI Syariah, jalan kebaikan itu akan selalu terbuka.
Wah, pernah itu malam-malam waktu masih jualan di Kota Kembang, pas mau nyebrang ditabrak sampai termos itu pecah semua. Kalau dibilang cukup dan nggak cukup, sebenarnya nggak cukup. Pernah cuma laku satu gelas, itu pun jalannya juga waktu itu masih jualannya di GDC. Semangat saya itu anak-anak saya. Saya jualan kayak gini untuk mereka. Saya nggak pengen anak saya ikut jualan. Tapi mau gimana, keadaan seperti itu. Anak saya harus ikut jualan. Saya pengen anak saya di rumah, nggak kedinginan, nggak kena angin malam. Tapi mau gimana? Memang keadaan seperti itu diharuskan mereka harus ikut setiap hari. Harapan saya pengen anak saya lebih baik dari saya, hidup lebih baik dari saya, bisa jadi apa yang mereka inginkan kelak.
Desa Berdaya is an empowerment program within the scope of a village or sub-district through an integrated approach. The programs implemented include communication development, economic programs, education, healthcare, environment, to disaster preparedness. The target of Desa Berdaya is the growth and development of local institutions, which can solve problems in their own environment. By combining the strengths and assets of their village and collaborating with others, especially the village government. Desa Berdaya exists because your donation of zakat, infak, wakaf, and your social and humanitarian funds, which are distributed through Rumah Zakat. Thank you for your collaboration. Let's create more happiness through Desa Berdaya.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of Zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global Ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Every day we are connected. The information exchange is getting faster, encouraging us to involve the goodness to move and spread faster. BAZNAS continues to innovate the way to the goodness as easy as moving the fingers. Through BAZNAS platform, non-commercial platform, commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platforms, and social media platform, BAZNAS is available in many online media. We always strive to give our best so that goodness can be spread easy as moving the fingers.
Generasi ini serba cepat, praktis, dan selalu ingin perubahan. Seperti halnya generasi sebelum mereka dan generasi sebelumnya lagi. Tapi ada satu hal yang tak pernah berubah. Pencarian mereka akan nilai-nilai kebaikan. Bersama BNI Syariah, jalan kebaikan itu akan selalu terbuka.
Wah, pernah itu malam-malam waktu masih jualan di Kota Kembang, pas mau nyebrang ditabrak sampai termos itu pecah semua. Kalau dibilang cukup dan nggak cukup, sebenarnya nggak cukup. Pernah cuma laku satu gelas itu pun jalannya juga waktu itu masih jualannya di GDC. Semangat saya itu anak-anak saya. Saya jualan kayak gini untuk mereka. Saya nggak pengen anak saya ikut jualan. Tapi mau gimana keadaan seperti itu? Anak saya harus ikut jualan. Saya pengen anak saya di rumah, nggak kedinginan, nggak kena angin malam. Tapi mau gimana? Memang keadaan seperti itu diharuskan mereka harus ikut setiap hari. Harapan saya pengen anak saya lebih baik dari saya, hidup lebih baik dari saya, bisa jadi apa yang mereka inginkan kelak.
Desa Berdaya is an empowerment program within the scope of a village or sub-district through an integrated approach. The programs implemented include communication development, economic programs, education, healthcare, environment, to disaster preparedness. The target of Desa Berdaya is the growth and development of local institutions, which can solve problems in their own environment. By combining the strengths and assets of their village and collaborating with other, especially the village government. Desa Berdaya exists because your donation of zakat, infak, wakaf, and your social and humanitarian funds, which are distributed through Rumah Zakat. Thank you for your collaboration. Let's create more happiness through Desa Berdaya.
our first section, we will have Dato, inshallah, from Lembaga Zakat Negeri Kedah, who is already there. And let me check again with Dato. Assalamualaikum, Dato.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, Dato. I hope you are fine, and this time is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all the participants, I would like to share our experience in Kedah Zakat. First, about managing public perception. Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said in Al-Quran, meaning, and among them who criticize you about the charities, then if they are given from it, they are pleased, but if they are not given from it, then they are enraged. Surah Al-Tawbah verses 58. When we talk about the Zakat institution, we all must admit that Zakat institution, wherever it is, will face a crisis of trust and confidence among the societies. And this issue is not only happening today, and in fact, during the time of Rasulullah SAW, there's been a dispute over the issue of Zakat distribution by the Munafiq. That is why, in the verse I read above, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala himself said on the issue of Zakat distribution, no matter whatever we do, at the end of the day, what will satisfy all parties is when everyone gets some of the Zakat funds. If they're not given from it, hence they will spread the bad perception that can bring down the goodwill of the Zakat institution. The irony is, there are still many who do not pay Zakat to the Zakat institution. When asked, why did you distribute Zakat yourself? The answer given is, we feel satisfied if we distribute it ourselves because we can see it with our own eyes. This phenomena has become a trend throughout the state and even the world. Due to this reason, when I became the chairman of Zakat Kedah in 2019, I slowly understand that managing the Zakat fund is not only related to managing the collection of and distribution per se, but the hardest part is to deal with the perception of the community, and in fact, this actually plays the biggest influence in the amount of collection and distribution of Zakat institution. In terms of geography, here in Malaysia, everyone knows that Kedah is the second poorest state in Malaysia, and we do accept that fact. Kedah may not be able to compete with other states in Malaysia concerning Zakat collection. But in my experience, no matter how much collection you get, the main thing you need to deal with is the issue of bad perception. We have to start building a new perception in society about Zakat institution, as the issue of public trust plays a very important role. When the community has begun to believe in our work, especially in the distribution activity, eventually the Zakat collection will also increase as the community begins to know where the Zakat money is being distributed. In the implementation of Zakat Wakalah distribution, ladies and gentlemen, one of the practice of Lembaga Zakat Kedah is to encourage the muzaki, which is consistent paying Zakat every year, by implementing the Zakat Wakalah distribution. What it means by Zakat Wakalah distribution is that any muzaki who pays Zakat to Lembaga Zakat Negeri Kedah, subject to the terms and conditions, will get back some amount of the Zakat so they can themselves distribute the Zakat to the people of their choice. For example, if a company pays to Zakat Kedah $100,000, the receipt will be given to the company $100,000. So the company may use that to deduct from the tax. However, in return, Zakat will pay the company back as wakalah or wakil the amount of 28 or 25% from the total of its Zakat payment, which in this case is $25,000. The company may have the freedom to distribute this amount, which is $25,000, to any of their choice, subject to the terms and conditions as a wakil or representative of Lembaga Zakat Kedah. It may also plan for any corporate social responsibility or CSR activities to raise its name and goodwill as a responsible company to the society. Why 2/8? It means 2 from a total of 8 asnaf, Usually, we set up an asnaf fakir and asnaf miskin. So the wakalah is based on the justification that it will be distributed back by the company to those two asnaf. The same concept also applies to the university or school. For example, every employee such as lecturers or teachers who automatically deduct their income zakat through the monthly salary, Lembaga Zakat will total up all their zakat payment and in return, it returns back some amount through zakat wakalah distribution to the particular university or school. For example, the total amount of zakat payment to the salary of lecturers from University B is 1 million ringgit. Then Lembaga Zakat Kedah will return 38 or 37.5% from the total amount to university in the amount of 375,000 ringgit. Why 3/8? It means 3 from 8 asnaf, which are asnaf fakir, asnaf miskin, and asnaf fi sabilillah. The university may then use the fund to aid any of its students who don't have the ability to pay education fees, which in the asnaf or miskin, aid and of its student who doesn't have the money to eat, fakir, or even use the fund to grant any research to the lecturers in which the research outcome will be contributed back to the ummah, fi sabilillah. In addition to those paying zakat, it's our principle that there would be no distribution if there is no collection in the first place. As such, we have to strengthen our zakat collection, the same as we strengthen our zakat distribution. Therefore, apart from our regular approach to asnaf or mustahid, many always forget that muzaki also needs to be approached regularly, especially the muzaki who consistently pay his zakat. The concept is similar to any corporate business where we have to care about our important stakeholders. Why does he want from us? What does he want from us? If he's satisfied when he pays zakat to us, does he want to know what our activities are? All of these questions have to be answered to him. So what Zakat Kedah does here is we appreciate the muzaki who pays zakat to Lembaga Zakat. We develop a system specifically for them to see every day how much we have collected and how much we have distributed their money. When we also get the money, all of this data are merely downloaded to a mobile app named Zakat on Touch. We advertise every day to our social media such as Facebook and Instagram what our activities are today, where we go today, and who we approach today. And most importantly of all, we also help boost their business by advertising to the public that this company or this person is a zakat payer or a muzaki. That is the idea why we create the certificate of muzaki as well as the Friends of Kedah Zakat logo for any company or any person who pays zakat to Lembaga Zakat Kedah. This logo also certifies shall act the same as the halal logo on their product. They can use their logo either to put it on front of their door or their shop or even their products. This logo will eventually give choice and confidence to the market and the buyer that the product is a Muslim product, it is halal, and it funds and is clean by paying the zakat. After all, these are some of the efforts that we make to appreciate the muzaki. Approaching and visiting asnaf together with the zakat payer and other stakeholders is one of the ways that we do it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, among the practices that we have applied is an event or activity of Lembaga Zakat. To visit and approach the asnaf, Lembaga Zakat will make sure to involve together some of the muzaki and some of the stakeholders. The muzaki may also bring their own funds or products to be contributed to the asnaf during the visit. This is to ensure that the asnaf themselves feel and look at the conditions of the asnaf and muzaki, themselves of the asnaf and to whom we assist. They have to feel that they are part of their wealth and life is given to the person and who is not even capable to buy food for themselves. This feeling is important as it will attach directly to their heart and will also be remembered forever. One of the huge challenges that we have to face by most zakat institutions is the lack of human resources. The officers appointed usually are not enough to cater to all the demands in zakat operation. And most importantly, the majority of the bad perception against zakat institution comes from the public, such as people in the villages. So what we do to solve this issue We appoint the villagers themselves to be our amil or representative. Each mosque in every qaryah in Kedah has to suggest one name to Lembaga Zakat as an amil or representative or Lembaga Zakat. What is their task? They will hold the application on behalf of Zakat and every person who wants to apply for assistance. They just have to apply through this amil at their respective qaryah without having to go to the Zakat office. The amil is then responsible to verify all the data information of the applicants before submitting it to the nearest Zakat office. Any application form that has accurate data and has been approved by the office, the amil will get the commission of 15 ringgit per form. So what happened nowadays in Kedah? Every person who wants to apply for Zakat need not come to the Zakat office anymore. All of the processes are through the appointed amil. Hence, the perception is now beginning to change as the amil has become our representative to spread the da'wah and explanation on all the activities of Zakat to the grassroots of the village of every qaryah. Apart from that, to ensure that no people are hungry or cut off from food supply in Kedah, Lembaga Zakat has also taken the initiative starting in 2018 by creating a poverty food supply center, food bank in the 578 mosques throughout the state of Kedah. This food bank center shall also be managed by the same amil, where any person who has been cut off from their basic food may just come to the mosque to take the supply. Basically, every mosque will be supplied with 30 sets of food per month, and each set of food supply contain 9 basic foods such as rice, cooking oil, fish, canned fish, and others that are involved in the allocation of Zakat distribution, costing us about 10.5 million per year. During this COVID-19 pandemic, Lembaga Zakat has also spent an additional allocation of more than 12.8 million ringgit to distribute additional food and supplies including 578 bags of rice, 1,734,000 cans of sardine, and 578,000 bottles of soy sauce to all the mosques which has become the food bank center. This initiative also aims to increase the role of the mosque as a one-stop center for all Muslims in the state of Kedah. For your information, our Malaysian Parliament has endorsed one legal act, namely Income Tax 1967. Under this act, all Malaysians who pay Zakat shall get 100% rebate from their Zakat payment before the income tax to the government. For example, if he pays Zakat for the year 2019 amounting to 10,000 and his income tax for the same year is 20,000, hence he will get 100% rebate for his Zakat payment and only has to pay 10,000 ringgit for his income tax. This clause actually gives relief to the Zakat payer as they do not have to double pay income tax and Zakat. In most situations, people slowly begin to deduct his Zakat more than he should as he chooses to contribute all his income tax to Zakat. So at the end of the year, he needs not pay any tax to the government and just pay the Zakat. I don't know what is the practice in your country, but if this is something new to you, I hope that this can give you some idea to ensure effective encouragement for people to pay Zakat. During my tenure, I believe that I have to do something to make the community talk on behalf of Zakat, as since years ago, Zakat contribution was not felt to be so significant to the state of our country. One of the steps that we have taken to cater to this lacking was to set up Kedah Zakat International Research Center. People ask me why we created the center. It is because I believe that we cannot praise ourselves for our work. We need someone else on the outside to talk about us, and that is how we can regain back the trust of the people. Therefore, we accelerate further by signing some collaboration with 3 universities in Kedah. Through these collaborations, now UUM or University Utara Malaysia has set up the Zakat Research Institute and Innovation. Sultan Abdul Halim Muazzam Shah Islamic International University or UNISHAM has arranged to set up the Zakat Contemporary Study Center, while Mara Technology University has established the Poverty Data Research Center. To date, IPIZ UUM itself has approved around 82 grant research projects to all its lecturers discussing the practice of Zakat management in Kedah. With this strategic partnership, Alhamdulillah, Kedah Zakat successfully organized the Kedah International Zakat Conference in 2019 for the first time in our Zakat building, which include almost 100 papers were submitted by more than 13 foreign countries and attended by more than 300 participants. As a result of the implementation of this international conference, we now have begun to establish a fruitful connection with global Zakat institutions such as Uganda, Nigeria, Thailand, Ghana, and others. We also publish an international standard of Zakat journal, which is named as the International Journal of Zakat and Islamic Philanthropy, which has now published its fourth issue for the year 2020. In terms of empowering world-class training, we also established Kedah International Zakat Academy to offer a free training platform to Zakat practitioners from all over the world other than Malaysia. By this academy, last December 2019, the top management from the House of Zakat and Wakaf Uganda sent a letter to organize the benchmarking, coaching and mentoring program for them for 9 days in Kedah, and they came. In the same month, the top management of Sokoto Zakat, State Zakat and the Endowment Commission, Nigeria, headed by Mr. Lawal Maidoki, also expressed the same wish to receive training and experience sharing from us on the method of governance and the direction to maneuver the Zakat institution, and they have also came. For me, this is a humble recognition that I feel can be shared with all of you, inshallah, after the pandemic COVID-19 gone, which we hope to go away soon. We will not hesitate to expand this collaboration further to all other Zakat institutions around the world should you be interested. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to invite all of you to mobilize our energy and ideas to further elevate the Zakat institution in the eyes of the world and in the eyes of the public as general. The role of Zakat, which we recognize as important, should be immediately upgraded and documented so that our community shall no longer look down on this Islamic institution. Instead, we support each other and help strengthen the operations of Zakat worldwide. We from the Kedah Zakat Board also very much welcome any efforts and ideas, especially from all parties that can jointly benefit the development of the Islamic society and its economy. We also open our hands and welcome each one of you to come to Kedah, Malaysia. We are ready to share more and more about our Zakat operations and experience from now on, and I declare all of you as my family and brother. Because I believe Zakat is not just about collecting and distribution, but its role is actually more than that. Zakat actually contributes a very important role in strengthening religious beliefs, eradication of poverty, empowering health, contributing to urban and community sustainability, fighting for quality education, and everything fundamental in our daily life of all Muslims. Congratulations and a million of thanks to all of you and to the Secretary of World Zakat Forum for the cooperation and giving me the opportunity to share what we do here in Kedah. May Allah bless all of our efforts work for us, upholding this Islamic institution to be respected by all parties. I would also like to add here that we would like to move people from who's receiving zakat to those to pay zakat, regardless where we are. Sekian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dato' Paduka Amar bin Dato' Syekh Muhammad Naim from Lembaga Zakat Negeri Kedah. Well, now we have our moderator. He is Professor Abdul Ghafar Ismail from University Sains Islam Malaysia. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Ghafar.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, you are already here. Well, inshallah, we will have continue this session with Prof. Ghafar Ismail from University of Sains Islam Malaysia. Prof, your time. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Brother Fahmi. And we will continue, inshallah, with the second speakers. So our second speakers will be from South Africa, Sister Swairos Muhammad. She's a chartered accountant and also has an vast experience in many areas, especially in serving the South African National Zakat Fund, or SANZAF. I know very well about this organization, and also his experience in managing or become part of the team management of the SANZAF are very. She is very experienced in managing the zakat, and also experience in also in distribution and also the collection aspect of zakat for over 20 years. May this can share his experience with us on the topic of the Zakat National, the South African National Zakat Fund, and we want to learn about the experience from South Africa. Without further ado, I would like to invite Sister Fairoz Muhammad for representation. I'm sure you have already PPT, PowerPoint. So please, Sister Fairoz.
Assalamualaikum. I'm just trying to share my screen quickly.
Yeah. Can you share your PowerPoint, please, Mr. Virus?
Yes, I'm just trying to.
And also your visual, please.
My visual, oh yeah. Well, can you see me?
No, I can't see you.
Oh, okay.
You.
Maybe I should just ask her to share the screen.
Yes, yes. Clear.
There you can see.
Yes, you can continue, please, Sister Virus. Yes.
Okay, but I just need to share my presentation quickly. Okay, we're going to just load it on now. Okay, then maybe I can start in the meantime until I have the screen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected moderator, Brother Fahmi Hudayfi, members of the World Zakat Forum, esteemed delegates, attendees, all protocols observed. It gives us a great honor to be sharing this platform with you and to be sharing some of our best practices, both from a South African point of view as well as an organization perspective, alhamdulillah. I just need to get the presentation on screen. Okay, just starting to share the screen quickly.
Okay, Sister Virus.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And make it bigger. Okay, then. Thank you. Yeah. Just proceed.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, we can just go to slide 2. Okay, so here we're reminded and guided by the great Khalifa Umar bin Al-Khattab radiallahu anhu, and how he administered zakah and best practices in terms of record keeping, distribution, reporting, and introducing accountability and good governance. Here we're also reminded that zakah was seen as essential and important, and only trusted persons were appointed to manage it. So the type of individual who is trusted with the distribution of zakah plays a vital role in ensuring the maqasid of zakah is met and in effective zakah management. Next slide. Best practice is about continuous improvement, monitoring and evaluating and reviewing. Organizations do well when they have a culture of continuous improvement, even when it's small, manageable, but yet consistent. And they need to create a culture of continuous learning by valuing and encouraging learning. So what is best practice, or what we more commonly refer to here in South Africa at least, is what we call good governance. In essence, it's about ethical and effective leadership. Ethical, firstly, in that you need to have leaders who have integrity, who are honest, who are competent, responsible, accountable, fair, and transparent. Secondly, you need an organization that is run ethically. And like they say, the values of the organization is set by the behavior of their leaders. With respect to effective leadership, here we're referring to leaders who are results-driven in achieving the strategic objectives and positive outputs, or at least outcomes of the organization in an effective and efficient manner through strategy, performance reporting, structures, and delegation. So when we speak about best practice or good governance from a zakah management point of view, we're referring to that fulfillment of trust, that amana, in that organizations must deliver on their mandate that they have been given by the Muzaki and be accountable to their respective stakeholders. They need to be just and fair in the distribution and in the manner that they run the organization. Shura needs to occur with respect to decision making of distribution to the ASNAF to ensure consensus and objectivity is applied. Organizations need to manage their resources optimally to avoid extravagance and wastage, and be efficient and effective in their operations. Organizations need to be agile in changes in the environment, both externally and internally. We need to take into account in terms of how the environment can change. And here we look at the various factors that could affect an organization and how it needs to adjust itself to ensure continued effective distribution should any of these events occur. From an external point of view, for example, if we take the current situation like COVID-19, how it affects the economy both from the Muzaki and ASNAF point of view, and how the organization needs to adapt accordingly. And from an organizational point of view, we've listed the various good governance principles you can apply, which in the end will give you positive outcomes from which the organization can benefit, as well as address later on, which I will address later on. So these are just the various possible internal and external factors that affect the organization. So if I just look briefly, here, for example, you could have political instability. COVID is obviously where it would affect the organization from an external point of view. You could look at internal factors. You could look at, for example, you may have assurance levels. So you have auditing, you may have internal auditing, transparency, accountability. All these factors affect how the organization is run, and ensuring that at the end of the day, stakeholders have confidence in the organization to ensure that they continue with their objectives. So maybe just to give you some a broader aspect in terms of from a South African context, I just wanted to give the attendees that environment in terms of how it relates to South Africa. And you may know that we are not state regulated, as we are a Muslim minority, and thus we're not regulated by Islamic law. And because of this, there is no enabler, for example, a government in a Muslim country like Malaysia that supports and enables an effective zakah management system. There are also no strong deterrents against non-payment, so people can pay as they please. There are no consequences like penalties For example, if you look at fines or even imprisonment in some Muslim countries against non-payment, and there are no forced recovery for unpaid zakah. And thus we can see that when zakah obviously are not being paid accordingly, it obviously results in actual collection possibly below its potential. Just continuing from a South African context, the decision thus to pay is completely voluntary. Zakah organizations, from this perspective, thus lack governance frameworks because there's no regulatory government intervention. We are not monitored to ensure correct application of the maqasid of zakah, as well as to ensure compliance of the adequate zakah rules. We're also not held accountable for the funds and collections that we collect and for the funds that we distribute. But just from a distribution point of view, from a South African context, here we look at the Muzaki, who obviously, for example, you can distribute in three specific ways within South Africa. Firstly, the Muzaki himself or herself. However, they may calculate their zakah incorrectly, distribute it to the wrong beneficiaries, as well as to someone who may not even be eligible to receive zakah. Local organizations may duplicate distribution, as which what happens here in South Africa. The organization distributes today, and tomorrow another organization distributes to the exact same individuals. So these are just some of the disadvantages we as a country face not being regulated within the zakah management system. So let's just clarify, maybe just dig deeper, just in terms of what exactly are zakah organizations' responsibilities. So if you look at then, here I've just highlighted some of the responsibilities. So besides being accountable and ensuring that we comply with the rules of Sharia pertaining to zakah, I just want to emphasize our responsibility to the asnaf. Their rights in terms of being treated fairly, justly, with no favoritism, being objective and without prejudice, but more importantly, to retain their dignity. And also that an important objective of zakah is to improve the life of the asnaf, to ultimately be for them to become self-sufficient. But organizations waste resources in duplicating, abusing the amil allocation, and not being transparent and accountable for those funds collected. So just in terms of what's happening currently in terms of South Africa with respect to best practice, so I just want to share some of our views. So from a positive point of view, many organizations take on the role of educating and making the public aware of the plight of the poor and the importance of paying zakah. However, there are hardly organizations that educate the public on the technical aspects of zakah. Another best practice is that we enable easy payment platforms, at least for the Muzaki, where the physical visit to the various offices, or whether digitally. However, there are not many collaborations with our counterparts as they distribute most of their resources outside of South Africa. However, SANZA's approach is to distribute their zakah that they've collected within our borders, unless there's a specific donation that is made outside of the country. However, even though we're not state regulated, we are, however, registered. If you are registered as a non-profit, you have to comply with the local legislation and regulations. So on a positive note, currently, we have a group of organizations and professionals of which SANZA is a part and sponsor, where we're establishing a set of guidelines on good governance for Islamic NGOs to guide them specifically on how to manage their organizations. But this, again, is completely on a voluntary basis as well. Next slide. Okay, so just to highlight and give you some idea in terms of the best practices within SANZA as an organization. So from SANZA's point of view, we are one of the few, if not the only AMIL organization that educates the public on zakah on various platforms. For example, radio, TV, webinars, seminars, workshops, and through private consulting, and not forgetting our zakah app to guide the Muzaki, who is a little bit more digitally inclined. From a distribution point, there are various best practices we follow and adhere to ensure the effective and efficient distribution of zakah. For example, we have a case management system concerning certain data of the asnaf to ensure that we keep adequate records of the distribution and family needs to ensure that they become self-sustainable. We have shura committees to ensure we have consensus and objectivity. We work with accredited service providers and reputable partners. We have around 27 offices throughout the country with various, which is based in various communities to make ourselves accessible to the needy as they may not have the resources to come to our offices. So we have the approach of we, on the grassroots, supporting them, getting to know what their needs are so that they, at the end of the day, have access to our offices quite easily. Here I have highlighted just some of our best practices to ensure an effective Zakat system, such as manual succession planning, which can become a challenge for many organizations in South Africa, compliance to various practices like authority levels, reporting, and maybe from seeing that I'm mentioning just with reporting, we have best practice where we produce our set of financials within 3 to 4 months of our year end. We publicize our annual report on various platforms just 5 months after our year end. So we try and comply with best practices throughout various within the organization. We have delegations to subcommittees. We have an executive regional oversight board as well as a national executive to ensure that the regions comply with our various policies. So just on a positive note here, adherence to good governance or best practice does pay off, as during this year, alhamdulillah, SANZIF was honored and humbled to have received an international recognition for global good governance in the category of capacity building, alhamdulillah. Finally, I'd like to say that committing to good governance or best practices in the end results in a successful organization where your stakeholders have increased confidence in the organization as it creates sustainability, positive reputation, and a healthy culture. Alhamdulillah. Jazakumullah khairan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Fairoz. And I would like to highlight a few points that have been discussed in this presentation on the best practices of zakat management. You have highlighted a few issues here, and I can quote here issues of good governance. It's very important in zakat management, and also issue of collection, issue of distribution, and also issue of manpower. I like your key point in your presentation is continuous improvement. So we are looking for continuous improvement in the zakat management for the betterment of the ummah, inshallah. So thank you very much, Mr. Fairoz. Yeah. So let's we move to the third speakers. Mahmoud from Sudan. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Brother Kamal Muhammad Mahmoud.
Alaikum assalam. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Okay. So I would like to introduce first your Brother Kamal. He's from Sudan, and he graduated from the University of Khartoum in 1989, and he earned diploma in business administration from the University of Kordofan in 2004, and currently he's the administrative manager of Sudanese Zakat Chamber, and he already joined this institution since 1990. So we would like to invite you, Dr. Kamal Muhammad Mahmoud, to present the best practices of Zakat management in Sudan. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Prof. Abdul
Welcome. Welcome. Alhamdulillah. Please.
Let me. Yes. Okay. First of all, let me to express my profound thanks to the WZF for their great effort to unify us to meet one another. First of all, also let me to show the best practice of zakat in Sudan. The Sudanese experiment. Next. Yes. Okay, of course, as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic with its ending and of course the shock represent one of the global human capital shock of its process, and Sudan is not far away from this social of hot of our coronavirus. But I think that what we have learned from COVID-19 is to build a very responsive, shock responsive, and also to build a social protection system so as to meet this crisis. Next. Next. To do, yes, no, go back.
Before that,
We have, yes, the legal frame. Yes, the legal frame. So as to have a best practice in Sudan, we have a legal frame to practice our job as Zakat institution. We have this Zakat Act 2001. This Zakat Act will allow us to do our collection and our distribution according to this act. We have the Chamber of Zakat, of Sudanese Zakat, which is established according to this act. Then the Chamber also is a subject to the supervision of the board. We have a Zakat board in Sudan. Number three, there shall be established at the Chamber a board to be known as the Zakat Trustee Hire Board. And this board is composed of the following. Next. Next, please. We have the minister is the chairman of this board, the Minister of Labor and Social Development. Then the trustee general is a member of this board, and then a number of members not exceeding 20, appointed by the President of the Republic upon the recommendation of the minister. This is the board of Zakat in Sudan. Next. So the objectives of the chambers. Of course, in Sudan, the objectives of the chambers are three: to collect and distribute and manage zakat in a way that to achieve a social exchange and mercy. Apply the zakat system collection and distribute alms in such a way as may achieve purity of property and purification of soul. Then to disseminate zakat right among people. These are the main objectives. Then the main activities of zakat chamber in Sudan: to collect zakat from the payers of zakat, then to distribute zakat to the deservers, and also managing the process of collection and distribution. All these according to the Act of Zakat 2001. Also, we have the general conditions for zakat being mandatory. This is regarding the collection of zakat in Sudan. The person is owing the nisab, certain amount of wealth. Then the elapse of 1 year. This the case where zakat is obligatory. As you know also, zakat in Sudan is practiced through the law, so it is obligatory. It is not voluntary as we saw in the many of countries. They are doing their zakat voluntarily. But we in Sudan, we are doing our zakat according to the act. So the deservers of zakat. The Sudanese Zakat Chamber distributes zakat for 8 recipients as follows. We have the poor, and then we have the needy, we have the zakat worker, those who are hopefully expected to adopt Islam, and then enslaved immigrants, releasing prisoners, and then we have the debtors, those who are indebted as a result of lawful transactions and fail to their debt when it is due. Then, in the cause of Allah, refers to spreading Islam and Da'wah. And finally, the wayfarer refers to traveler who has been stranded and cannot reach his destination. Those are the 8 asnaf for zakat. We are doing really, we are distributing zakat for those recipients according to the Quran and Sunnah. Next. So how does the Sudanese zakat chamber reaches the beneficiaries? In Sudan, there are 3 levels of governing. We have the central level and the state level and locality level. Those are the 3 levels of governing in Sudan. So next. So the Sudanese Zakat Chamber is headed by the trustee general at the central level. We have this trustee general. He is responsible from all the Sudanese chambers in the localities and in the states. And then we have the state level. We have a director there. We call him the trustee of the state. Both of them, the trustee general and the trustee of the state, their role only to plan and to evaluate and to monitor. But the real practice of zakat activities in Sudan is really in the locality level, which is headed by the manager of the locality. We have the locality and then we have a manager in this locality. The real practice is there in this locality. The link between the zakat locality office and the beneficiaries is the grassroots committee. This is the main link between the office in the locality and the beneficiaries. So the role of the grassroots committee approve the application of the deservers. And having the recommendation of the grassroots committee, the beneficiary can submit his application to the Zakat locality office. Next. The Sudanese Zakat Chamber has, we have the grassroots committee, as I said before. This grassroots committee has a very great role in building the Zakat institution, in contributing in developing the Zakat institution in Sudan. These grassroots committees are consisting of the following members. The grassroots committee have 7 members. The first one is the Imam of the mosque. And then we have one of the scholars. And then one of the local leaders. We have the local leaders. Number 4, the representative of the youth. Then the representative of the women. One of the payers of zakat, of course. And then finally, the representative of the Change and Freedom Committee. We have committees in the localities. We call them the Freedom and Committee. This, according to the political system which is going now in Sudan, they have a representative person in this grassroots committee. So the grassroots committee members are working for the Zakat Chamber without salaries. They help the beneficiaries to have access Zakat office in the locality. Also, I want to add something here. Grassroots committees are very essential for our experiment because without them, there will be no access to the Zakat Chamber offices. So we depend completely on the grassroots committee as a channel between the beneficiaries and the Zakat office in the locality. Next. So what are the types of services provided by the Sudanese Zakat Chamber? We do give subsidies. We help in education assistance. Also, we give health assistance, water services, debtors and prisoner assistance, we give productive projects to the individual and collectively. Also, we give collective services project and others. And in this regard, I would like also to shed here some points. We have a sort of coordination with the Minister of Labor and Social Development. So as a governmental entities, Zakat in Sudan is completely a governmental sector. We are working under the umbrella of the government. We are completely a governmental organization. So when we do practice our job and when we give the subsidies and to support the poor people and the needy, we are completely organizing with other entities in the Ministry of Labor and Social Development. So we are about 5 entities which are creating the entities which give support to the poor and to the needy people. Here the case is differ completely from the other experiments because we are organizing our work, we are preparing, we are doing our job, and we are coordinating with other governmental entities. And according to the law, to the Sudanese Zakat Act, we give our assistance and our support to the poor and to the needy directly. And we have here 3 channels. So the Sudanese Zakat Chamber create one of the part, and then we have the beneficiaries, and then we have the grassroots committees. The grassroots committees are playing a very grateful role because they help the Sudanese Zakat Chamber to have access to the beneficiaries. Then they choose the suitable family, the suitable poor family, and then they give us the social study for them. We will go and visit them in their place, and then later on, with coordination with the Zakat grassroots committees, we go there in the field, we visit them, and then we give them our help or our assistance. So we do practice our work directly with full coordination with the grassroots committees. And by the way, the grassroots committees are working voluntarily. So we have about 20,000 grassroots committee which are sharing us this work, and they are doing it freely without any salaries. So we depend completely, surely, on these grassroots committees. So the Zakat as a funder, they provide fund, then we have the beneficiary, and then we have the grassroots committee. We are the 3. We are working together so as to make the work going well and to make a sort of success for best practices for Zakat in Sudan. Next. So to conclude, I think that COVID-19 gives us a very important lesson to have to build a system of, let me say, social protection system, to have a good and proper social protection system, and this system we share it with other entities, with other governmental entities. Also, lesson from COVID-19 that we learned in Sudan, to have a very rapid response to the shock. So we need to, in a way or another, somehow to arrange ourselves and to cooperate with other entities to have good social protection system, because many people lose their job and many families lose their income. So we should have to prepare ourselves so as to have a very effective social protection system in Sudan with our other entities and other sector and other governmental sector. Also to be very ready to have a good and very quick response to such type of crisis as we know COVID-19 hit the world, and we are not far away from that. So these are the lessons that we are getting from this COVID-19, and also to have a comprehensive social protection system are key for mitigating poverty and also promoting development. We are working also well so as to have a sort of coordination with the UN agencies. Now we are beginning that. In the past we haven't, but now we are trying to do our best to build a sort of coordination between us and between the UN agencies which are working in this domain, and also to put on the way to put some consideration for the SDGs, the Sustainable Development development. We are working hard so as to mitigate poverty with them, with the SDGs goals, of course, and this will go directly with the international community. We are working in coordination with the international community so as to develop and to have a better practice for our zakat, to share the international community with us in doing and in fighting surely poverty, and also to do a sustainable development, which is one of the fundamental goals of the international community, and especially the UN agencies which are working in such domain. Simply, this is our practice in Sudan. Finally, I would like to ensure that we are doing our work in not in a voluntary way, but in a governmental sector. As a government body, we are a government body. We are doing zakat. In that, we do collect zakat according to the law, and we are distributing zakat according to the law, of course, and above that, we are practicing that through Sharia, through Quran, through Sunnah. So finally, please let me to express my very profound thanks to the speakers and to the distinguished participants from different countries, and my deep thanks to WFZ for their very grateful and fruitful contributions so as to have a very brilliant and a very united zakat body system across the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Prof. Abdul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Kamal, for presenting your paper in the case of Sudan. So we are far away from each other, but today we can share our knowledge through this online similar to this webinar seminar. Okay, and of course it's very beautiful to look into that papers, because you look it from the different perspective, where a country that had 3 layers of government, how do you manage the zakat from that perspective? You have the central government, you have the regional, and also you have the local government. So although, let's say in the first speakers discuss about the second layer of government, but in South Africa discuss about the role of the community in managing the zakat. But here we have another example where a country, the central government, manage the zakat for the benefit of the ummah. So then you also highlighted you find related on the issues of the decision and also collection at this community level, where you appointed the committee members that come from different groups. So here have a model of to embed or to involve committee members to be in managing the zakat in Sudan. Thank you very much, Brother Kamal. You wait, and then we will have question and answer at the end of the session. Let me proceed to the.
Thank you.
Thank you, to the first speakers. Brother Muhammad Arifin Purwakananta from Indonesia.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum.
Brother Muhammad Arifin Purwakananta. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Brother Muhammad Arifin Purwakananta is currently the President Director of BAZNAS, Republic of Indonesia. Before this, he was the Director of BAZNAS, and then he was become the Executive Director in 2014. Okay? And also, he has experience as a President of Association of Fundraising Professional from 2010 to 2016. And also, he was a Chairman of the from 2008 to 2014. So with that vast experience, I'm sure that Brother Muhammad Arifin will present the best practices of Zakat management in Indonesia. So time is yours, Brother Muhammad Arifin. So please.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Praise to be Allah who has given us the beauty of striving of uphold the Zakat Syariah throughout the world. A Syariah that was brought by Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to bring us from darkness to light. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you, Professor Ghaffar, for this opportunity, which I respect all speakers at the session. Let me explain management of Zakat campaign in COVID pandemic in BAZNAS Indonesia. Bismillah. As the President Director of BAZNAS Indonesia, I am grateful that during the world crisis due to the COVID pandemic, BAZNAS can continue to improve its performance in collecting and distributing zakat. BAZNAS estimates that the 2020 achievement will increase by 27% year on year in this time. This high achievement is because BAZNAS Indonesia implement various innovation in the field of collection, operation, and distribution of zakat. Let me the best practice zakat management session at the World Zakat Forum International Conference to explain some of BAZNAS best practice in encourage collection, namely how BAZNAS Indonesia carried out zakat fundraising campaign during the COVID pandemic crisis. We know that the crisis that occurred began with a health crisis, which then had an impact on the economic and social crisis. This pandemic, which is widespread and fast, was pressured by panic in the world community, so that all media coverage issues were focused on news about COVID. This health crisis was followed by an economic crisis and social crisis, where the closing of shop and office had an impact on the increase in a number of poor people, and also had impact on Musaki, who had been giving zakat to BAZNAS. We use the approach that zakat collection activities are the result of effort to communicate and campaign to zakat with zakat payment channels and encourage satisfaction from Musaki in tithing. This time, we will discuss just one of the three main activities in raising zakat. It's the zakat campaign. After COVID pandemic, various communication are carried out by BAZNAS. It's outdoor media for recitation, seminar, and zakat counter were closed. This encouraged BAZNAS to find new ways. On this occasion,
we will explain the various steps that have been taken by BAZNAS in the Zakat campaign that has succeeded in encouraging the collection that is considered good by many parties. The following are various BAZNAS approaches in the Zakat campaign during the COVID crisis. First of all, what BAZNAS is doing, continuing to carry out the program needed by the community regarding COVID with a national issue. BAZNAS has developed various programs related to COVID, starting from creating a prevention program by making mask spraying, providing APD, alat pelindung diri, preparing medical and medical isolation rooms, preparing an ambulance, creating cash for work program, distributing family logistic and economic assistance, and other. BAZNAS activities related to COVID will be materials for BAZNAS publicity in tune with COVID news. So during COVID period, there will be no news about Zakat, but there will always the news about BAZNAS on media in distributing Zakat for mustahik affected by COVID. Many cars bearing the BAZNAS logo appear in the media. BAZNAS officer appear in the field and are covered by the media. By activating the BAZNAS marketing communication team, various activities featuring BAZNAS can be released by BAZNAS to the media. BAZNAS has implemented to COVID protocol since Indonesia was first declared to have COVID. BAZNAS testing the work from home for a week, management work from home for a week after being deemed to be able to achieve 85% performance from normal condition. Then BAZNAS established work from home management by employing 90% of management at home and 90% of field team to work in the field with the COVID protocol. BAZNAS provide operation assistance for those who work online, for the cost electricity, cost for network cost, and must be borne, and provide greater operational assistance for those who work in the field. BAZNAS office is currently always in COVID protocol in all its areas. They are instructing to limiting the distance, requesting the use of mask, providing hand sanitizer. But BAZNAS also make artificial intelligence machine in case of distancing hearing, and this machine give automatic alert in BAZNAS office. BAZNAS also standardized the BAZNAS offices with secure COVID certification, which guarantees the implementation of protocol in accordance with the applicable regulation. Leader, AMIL, and volunteers wear masks in public place. The doctor of BAZNAS, who is covered by COVID protection tool, post a photo with a cheese, with a smile, and pick up by the media to make positive news. BAZNAS select photo, then can be displayed and not. Everything is made as an education for the community, as well as showing the seriousness of BAZNAS. This is an effective communication that BAZNAS is implementing the COVID protocol. BAZNAS released that Muzaki are group with good literacy. For this reason, BAZNAS and BAZNAS person must appear as strict COVID standard. During the COVID period, BAZNAS also launched the BAZNAS logo, caring about COVID by drawing a picture of maintaining distance. This was inspired by the big brand in the world that launched the COVID brand. The public respond well to this logo, which can be from comment on social media who like and praise the BAZNAS logo, BAZNAS COVID logo. Both logo and posters relate to momentum of the big day. We're given a touch of COVID protocol. Next, BAZNAS strategic steps are to completely change the outdoor campaign, event, face-to-face services at the counter to become completely digital. BAZNAS totally stopped installing banner because the Muzaki class was unable to leave the house. Communication has been replaced by digital. Some of remaining banners were processed creatively through a photographic approach so that they could be presented as a digital campaign. BAZNAS also built easy donation through various digital platforms. This is not only make it easy for people to give zakat, but this is always the BAZNAS logo on the smartphone, and it reminds them for their zakat obligation. Currently, there is no large online shop in Indonesia that doesn't have BAZNAS button and product. BAZNAS collaborate with more than 20 digital shops and online services in Indonesia, in addition to build their own BAZNAS website, which is currently increasingly visited by Muzaki. Various events are developed on BAZNAS YouTube channel, including online music concert, studies, training, seminar, and others to continue to present BAZNAS and invite the public to care. Submission of donation, press conference, and so on. It's digitally developed by BAZNAS. This can relatively make BAZNAS in the mind of public. As cheap test, BAZNAS often use Google Trend to measure how many people search for BAZNAS on this search engine. Google Trend analysis can be used to provide an initial picture of the level of public recognition of BAZNAS Indonesia. BAZNAS also often make comparison with various zakat institutions in the world. The success of this communication made the collection of BAZNAS run relatively well. BAZNAS zakat collection is estimated to increase 27% year-on-year from last year. When last September, the Ministry of Economy of Indonesia announced crisis condition, the figure of zakat collection was slightly than the expected figure. However, BAZNAS get around this by exploration a new market for good resultant accumulation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this short presentation, I will confess some conclusion. First, that the COVID crisis result in change in Muzaki preference in getting message. For the reason, BAZNAS has carried out various of strengthening program and management that care about COVID. BAZNAS also encourage various campaigning ways to continue to be able to introduce BAZNAS branding and invitation to give zakat to the public. BAZNAS has fundamentally changed its communication strategy and is direct through digital. Good communication management will support the practice of collecting zakat, as evidenced by a 27% increase in collection from last year achieved by BAZNAS. That is our explanation. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will leave to
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Brother Muhammad Arifin, perwakilan for your presentation that specifically discuss on the effort that have been done by BAZNAS during the pandemic period. Okay? And I am sure that we have done, the participant agree with me that you have done an excellent job in catalyzing zakat that become relevant during the pandemic period. And of course, here we are very thankful to you that you fight together with the others during this during the distress time. So thank you very much, Brother Muhammad Arifin Purwakanata. Let's we proceed to the next speakers. Brother Asin Aligori.
Yes.
Brother Asin Aligori, are you here?
Yes. Assalamualaikum
Okay, thank you. Okay, Brother Asin. So I introduce first Brother Asin Aligori. He's currently the Executive Secretary of IDEAS, Dompet Duafa, and he's also the Senior Researcher at the IDEAS Institute Development and Poverty Studies of Dompet Duafa. And he got his master's from Institute Pertanian, Institute Pertanian Bogor. And he has more than 14 years experience in community development and also Islamic social finance. And his principal research interests include on social enterprise, value change, and marketing of agriculture, impact assessment of poverty alleviation program, and also Islamic philanthropies. And he has also experience doing projects like the Korban projection of fundraising for LAS, Lembaga Zakat, and also he has conducted the survey of program and also evaluation on Cipta Kerja regulation, and currently he is doing research on strategy of poor household affected by pandemic and also social food securities during pandemic and also work fund. So without further ado, I would like to invite Brother Hasin Aligori present your paper. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Yes, Prof. Thank you for your attention. And I'd be glad to hear again in this forum, in this World Zakat Forum. And thank you for everybody present at this forum. And on behalf of Dompet Duafa, I will explain about experience Dompet Duafa on implementation of principle zakat management during COVID-19 era. And experience Dompet Duafa focusing on to collection and distribution. And I think this must for Zakat institution to adapt new normal because COVID-19 give us the potential, the seeking for innovation for strategic development in Zakat management. And let's begin to with short analysis. It has been highlighted by academicians or experts in economics. The impact of COVID-19 is so high, not only affect Indonesia but also all of the countries in the world. Globalization and economic development is slowed down or falling down, and Indonesian, the projection of poverty rate is increasing. And we have a projection about 3% in this year. And so the number of population of poor in Indonesia, about 33 million people, 33 million poor people and new poor people. Why? The pandemic has impact job loss and small enterprise less customer and so on. And so this is the challenge for Zakat International to contribute to solve the problem, the big problem, not only government, but all stakeholders to contribution to tackling impact of COVID-19. And another issues in Indonesia during COVID, there is potential public donation based on research by CCPHI, CCFHI. There's 2% of GDP per capita has potential to be collected and can be distributed to people affected by COVID-19. And otherwise, we conduct the research. We found that 100 Zakat institution is on Zakat collection is decreasing, about 50% Zakat collection. And between two issue, we have this new strategy. What we create the new strategy in this situation, in adapt new normal situation in COVID era. That the basic of reason why we must implement the good strategy in pandemic era. At least four principles of Zakat management during COVID-19 that implement in dompet duafa. The basis are convenient. The principle is utilizing the rule of technology to make a donation. This point is how to utilize the digital technology to make a donation. And the second principle is acceptance. This principle is how to search the beneficiaries, appropriate beneficiaries that people affected by COVID, not only poor people, but people affected by COVID. And this is this challenge. And third principle is openness. How we promote the invitation to create the network and partnership to all the stakeholders can join us to tackling COVID-19 to help poor people, to help people affected by COVID-19, like rapid test, like test swab, and so on. And the last principle is integrated. The principle is how to create the integrated project or a small integrated project in a local community to provide the basic need, to provide the basic for food, for health, and so on. And this all the principle how try to implement during COVID in dompet duafa. And this is the document of visual digital services innovation on fundraising at dompet duafa. We developed the crowdfunding web, and we collaborate with taking channel to make a donation. And we developed the gadget app, transaction via a WhatsApp app, and it's all of the digital technology, how to the us full to make a donation. And this is the material campaign for COVID donation during pandemic. We try to collaborate to all the stakeholders, to all the company that constant tackling COVID-19, and we try to not only Indonesian stakeholder but also in other countries like Malaysia. We collaborate with Umar and Hana animation child. Yes. Maybe from known that Umar and Hana animation, and this is the material campaign then for COVID donation during pandemic in dompet duafa. And how to social media campaign can push the brand of our institution, like how activities that deliver to public for tackling COVID, like provide service ambulance, spraying disinfectant on public surfaces, public area, and so on. And this is a kind of charity and volunteer event joined with a public figure to all stakeholders, all public figure to endorse our program to tackling effective and efficient COVID-19. And this is the result, Alhamdulillah, on Ramadan this year. Dompet Duafa for Zakat Fund, Zakat collecting has only increased 16.30% compared with Ramadan last year. Alhamdulillah. And this is some of services provide Dompet Duafa to tackling COVID-19. We provide call center for public. We educate for clean and health behavior for poor people, spraying disinfectant services, provide logistic and hygiene kit, and so on. And this is the other services that provide Dompet Duafa and handling COVID-19. We have hospitals that collaborate to conduct swab tests and rapid tests. Alhamdulillah. And Dompet Duafa provide the distribution for food for poor people, like sembako, like food, like rice and oil, and so on. And the last, we try to create the integrated project, small integrated project that called the Damber, how to cultivate how to cultivate the fish and vegetable to provide protein and vegetable to fulfill food in the level communities, in the level families. And Alhamdulillah, these programs tremendous replicate area and some of Dompet Duafa branch adapt this project because these projects efficient to implement in the level communities. And this all a presentation from Dompet Duafa. Thank you for attention, and this time I will give to Prof. Gofar. Thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Thank you, Brother Asin, for your presentation and also sharing with us on the program that has been done by EDS Dompet Duafa. And again, this is the example that we can learn from Dompet Duafa, how we can help the Ummah through Zakat and to the program that has been well designed, and also not only well designed but also looking at the impact of that program on the Ummah and also on the community. Thank you very much again to Brother Asin. So now we go to the final speakers. We go to the final speakers. Irwan Nugraha. Irwan, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, thank you very much, Irwan. Okay, so let's introduce first Irwan. Irwan is currently the Chief Marketing Officer at Rumah Zakat, and he is a marketing professional, so he's a marketing man who has spent 14 years of experience working in international philanthropic organization. And among his remarkable achievements, including the first Indonesian local brand champion 2017-2018, awarded by SWA magazine. And he also received United Nations Economic and Social Council or ECOSOC status. So without further delay, I would like to invite Brother Irwan Nugraha to present the best practice of zakat management during pandemic COVID-19. Please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar. Praise the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, that with His mercy we can meet virtually. Prayer and greetings be given to our Prophet Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Thank you, the committee and moderators, Professor Abdul Ghaffar Ismail, for the opportunity for us to share experience and greetings to all speakers who have inspired us all. My name is Irfan Nugraha, Chief Marketing Officer and Head Digital Transformation of Rumah Zakat, and send regards from CEO, from BOD, to all participants, and tonight all Amir Rumah Zakat in Bahasa Nobar, watching together World Zakat Forum International Conference. Okay, next. COVID-19 pandemic in the world and Indonesia. The data as of November 30, there are 61.8 million positive cases in the world, while in Indonesia there are 538,000 positive cases. In Indonesia, the number of positive cases has not shown a decrease. The government has implemented a gas and brick strategy, which is to control the spread and protect the economy. Based on the data from the government, Indonesian growth in the third quarter is minus 3.49%, and improvement compared to the second quarter, minus 5.32%. With this condition, of course, it has an effect on increasing the number of poverty and unemployment in Indonesia. Okay, pandemic impact crisis chain. Brother and sister, this pandemic not only present a health crisis, but also has an economic, social impact, and has the potential to disrupt food security. This analysis is what makes Rumah Zakat and its partner respond in overcoming the impact of the pandemic. Okay, Indonesia, the most generous country, according to data from the World Giving Index. Indonesia is the most generous country, with this potential to be an encouragement for Rumah Zakat to continue to grow and bring more contributes during this pandemic. Currently, zakat absorption by all zakat institutions in Indonesia in only 10 trillion out of potential to 133 trillion. The potential for wakaf is 300 trillion, and the potential for CSR, corporate social responsibility, is in the amount of 12 trillion, and the potential trillion, and of potential for zakat in the world is in the amount of 6,000 trillion. What this data? Rumah Zakat start strategic initiative to increase the absorption of zakat program and other social fund, which will ultimately increase the contribution of the COVID impact mitigation program. And the beginning, Rumah Zakat milestone. Rumah Zakat was born 1990 when Indonesia experienced a crisis. You can see the slide, the development of Rumah Zakat with the history. It becomes an encouragement for Rumah Zakat to survive and grow. What interesting about Rumah Zakat journey is that there is a meeting between the crisis and the transformation of the Rumah Zakat organization. Hopefully, this is part of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala plan for us. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Okay, this slide I will share word digital philanthropy architecture. At the beginning of 2020, before the pandemic, Rumah Zakat communicates its new position as the World Digital Philanthropy Organization. At the public expos this year, in 2020, Rumah Zakat carried out organizational transformational strategy with emphasis on digital transformation, starting from this year until 2022. We have initiated capacity and competency building initiative toward a global vision in terms of people, process, and technology. The people aspect takes the initiative to raise the capability level of Rumah Zakat human resources. In the aspect Rumah Zakat process, we integrate business process with a hybrid organization model, and we present technology has strengthened the comfort of the Muzaki. The existence of this pandemic has accelerated the process of adopting digital technology in Rumah Zakat, which has been carried out starting 2060 by creating sharinghappiness.org, and in 2018, Infak ID and lelangbintang.com platform. Okay, Rumah Zakat performance collection during pandemic. So currently, the Rumah Zakat funding is growing at 35%, and Zakat growing 38%, and COVID program funds 30 billion, and Alhamdulillah, of course, in addition to organizational adoption factor, but also government support in education Zakat during this pandemic. How does Rumah Zakat manage its organization during this crisis? There are three principles for Rumah Zakat. One, the last man standing. When there is a decline in economic condition, Rumah Zakat must continue to survive in order to continue the organization and program contribution. Second, the first man striving. Rumah Zakat should be inspiration in seizing opportunity during a pandemic, but by accelerating the execution of its transformation agenda. Third, the first running. Rumah Zakat continue to conduct studies and analysis to predict future condition in order to continue to seize opportunity in change in society and industry behavior, new rules in new normality, and new value that are present of result of this pandemic. Everyone learn from Prophet Yusuf alaihi salam in managing crisis. First, strong, confident can get out of the crisis. And second, saving expenditure and distribution by priority. Third, preparing food production and food bank. Fourth, encourage labor intensive. And fifth, consumption control and markets operation. This slide, from this inspiration, Rumah Zakat carries out strategy. First, strategy survival mode. This strategy, but not reducing the support growth of funds and prepare to different scenario. One, cut 50 operating costs immediately. Second, make a plan to cut 30% operating costs. And third, make a plan cut 15 operational costs. Okay. Second, Rumah Zakat adapt quickly to the new normal. Change in donor behavior are the aspect that we respond to. Donor behavior are the aspect that we respond to with this fourth change. The fourth mega shift in consumer behavior in COVID-19. This reset from inventure. One, customer or muzaki stay a home lifestyle, and two, second, muzaki empathic society grow, and third, go virtual, and fourth, bottom of pyramid. With this four change, Rumah Zakat quickly adapt from the beginning of pandemic. That is before entering Ramadan. We immediately shift gradually both in the pawn collection pattern, service to mustahik and muzaki, as well as making program that are relevant to the basic need of the community. Okay, next. The method of communication to the community during this pandemic was carried out with a digital marketing model and educating the public to donate digitally through online donation channel, crowdfunding, Infak ID, and lelangbintang.com, and also through digital network that have collaborated with Rumah Zakat both in Indonesia and the world. Currently, 95% of community donation are made online. Okay, this slide with increasing unemployment or being laid off, Rumah Zakat strengthen platform program, namely people who volunteer for the gathering. In 2020, this will grow 170%. Meanwhile, Infak ID with an easy platform for daily infak grow at 973%. And 2020, Rumah Zakat also present a new platform with the name Digital Islamic Style. This application is an effort to improve the Muslim community in carrying out their lifestyle as a Muslim, so that it is hoped that it can support the Sharia economic movement launched by the government. Third strategy in technology leverage in digital transformation in the technology aspect. Rumah Zakat strengthen the aspect of leadership capability and digital capability. We continue to carry out the design thinking process to answer the needs of technology to support mujaki, security, and accelerate the internal process. In 2020, Rumah Zakat will initiate a business process integration from collection to distribution, from Muzaki to Mustahik. In collection, Rumah Zakat collaborate with through e-commerce and digital network. And this led this Rumah Zakat agenda digitalisasi business process in 2020 and 2021. This process collection and distribution to Mustahik. Fourth, the distribution of program according to priority, whether there are beneficiaries, areas, or program. Focus program Rumah Zakat provides information that grow optimism, health assistance, social guarantee, economic and food security. During the pandemic program, the following areas the best of Rumah Zakat in dealing with the impact to COVID-19, but optimizing Zakat Fund, Infak, Wakaf, and other social program. Rumah Zakat take action in the short and long term with the program adjustment initiative to each of its piece, with reference to the impact of the pandemic in terms of health, economy, social, and food security. This program recap bersama hadapi Corona. This campaign Rumah Zakat respond to COVID-19 bersama hadapi Corona, and Alhamdulillah, we have 119,000 beneficiaries by involving 11,000 volunteers. Five, and the last strategy is to do pentahelic collaboration with government, academic, expertise, community, business, and media. We know that the COVID is a challenge everyone is facing, and it is a joint obligation to overcome, which is why we must establish collaboration, because it's a way to cover our weakness and share our strength so that more effort is created to achieve our common goal. Okay, this slide our partners Rumah Zakat, Alhamdulillah, yeah, and this slide acknowledge Rumah Zakat in this year from Indonesia Original Brand 2020 and Give Award 2020, and that is everything from us. Hopefully in the future we can to continue to collaborate in strengthening the campaign for the keep sharing in the pandemic movement and collaborating in overcoming the impact of COVID-19. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Brother Irfan Nugraha. And also thank you very much for sharing with us on the 5 important strategies that have been adopted by Rumah Zakat in helping the people during the pandemic period. Okay? So we have about 20 minutes remaining for this session. So now we are looking for question and answer from the respected speakers and also the honorable speakers. So let's we look at this question that have been posed by the participant in this plenary session. Can we share with the committee? Can the committee share with us on the question? Oh, okay. This is from the Rahma Fitriati from the University of Indonesia. And her question is about what are the biggest difficulty and challenges in handling zakat in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic? Anyone, the respected, the honorable speakers, any honorable speakers want to comment on this or to answer this question? Please.
Professor Gafar?
Yes.
Let me answer in bahasa ya, because
it's okay, yeah.
From
Muhammad Arifin,
ya.
Yes, please.
Oke. Terima kasih Dr. Rahma Fitriati. Saya kira untuk BAZNAS Indonesia yang melewati masa pandemi ini dengan cukup baik, itu memiliki challenge yang besar ketika kita betul-betul menghadapi krisis di pasca caturwulan ketiga ya, atau triwulan ketiga dari ekonomi Indonesia. Sebagaimana yang telah saya sampaikan tadi, Menteri Ekonomi Indonesia menyampaikan bahwa ekonomi kita -5, sekarang ini agak naik sedikit tapi -3, sehingga memang secara fundamental jumlah muzaki kita turun, ya. Jumlah muzaki kita turun, sedangkan jumlah mustahik kita itu naik. Saya kira ini adalah keadaan yang kita bisa terima dan terjadi juga di berbagai negara, ya. Tidak saja di Indonesia, tetapi juga ada di banyak negara. Bahkan dalam kondisi seperti ini, kami di BAZNAS memperkirakan tetap ada dari kelompok-kelompok yang terkena krisis tersebut yang masih dapat berzakat dikarenakan faktor di luar ekonomi seperti ketaatan atau keyakinan bahwa sodakoh akan bisa menolak bala, seperti semangat bahwa krisis ini justru bukannya membuat kita tidak bisa berkarya, tetapi krisis ini membuat orang-orang harus menolong saudaranya yang lain. Dengan demikian, tantangan ekonomi yang tadi saya sebutkan, hari ini oleh BAZNAS kemudian dipertemukan dengan potensi atau harapan yang ada di masyarakat. Ada tambahan satu lagi, Indonesia dikenal sebagai negeri yang dermawan. Negeri 10 negara yang dermawan, termasuk Indonesia. Hal ini dikonfirmasi oleh banyaknya orang-orang yang tetap memberikan zakat, infak dan sedekah pada saat krisis ini menimpa perusahaannya atau menimpa dirinya. Sebagai contoh boleh saya sebutkan, sahabat kita donatur dari sebuah perusahaan kosmetik besar di Indonesia yang bernama Wardah. Kita tahu bahwa dalam kondisi COVID, saya kira semua mal banyak yang tutup. Orang-orang tidak perlu berdandan, tidak perlu make up untuk keluar rumah. Jadi bisa dibayangkan betapa turunnya penjualan make up. Tetapi kita mengetahui donatur BAZNAS dan juga donatur LAS yang lainnya, ini mereka menyumbangkan uang yang cukup besar, 40 miliar rupiah, untuk membantu saudara kita dalam pengadaan alat pelindung diri. Dan ini bukan hanya contoh ini, banyak sekali contoh yang lain. Jadi kami menyadari walaupun ada krisis, kami melihat ada peluang yang ditawarkan atau diberikan oleh Allah dalam kondisi masyarakat Indonesia, sehingga BAZNAS mencoba mengambil peluang itu dengan menyisir kelompok-kelompok yang terkena krisis, tapi masih bisa berzakat, infak, dan sedekah. Demikian, Profesor Ghaffar.
Yeah.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Brother Muarifin. Let's I translate for you your answer. Regarding this, the answer for this question, BAZNAS faced a big challenge in handling zakat during this pandemic period. One, because of the economy expected to decline in the third quarter of this year, and it is expected that the number of muzaki will reduce, but the number of mustahik will increase. So how can we look into this gap? I mean, the numbers of the muzaki increase and also the mustahik increase, and also the number of mustahik decline. So how can we manage this situation? Another one, because of the behavior that among the people, they are good in doing the infaq. So this can also be another benefit that can overcome that issues. So hope I can summarize that the key point for the answer of this question. Next question, please. What is your opinion about zakat management using traditional method instead of advanced IT? This is very one. Now we look at the several examples by Rumah Zakat. They use the IT, digital technology, and also network strategy, and also others zakat collectors. They use the IT. So, what is your comment on the usage of technology in managing your zakat?
Okay, thank you, Prof. I think about zakat management.
Is Dato, right?
Okay, I'm Irfan, Prof.
Oh, Irfan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Irfan, sorry.
I answer Mr. Muhammad Faiz from Indonesia.
Pendidikan Indonesia.
Yes, good question. I think technology digital is very penting, ya, penting sekali for growing organization zakat. And in today we look disruption and in other industry. I think zakat organization we need improve to adopt technology, digital technology, and Rumah Zakat start from 2070. We adopt technology to increase collection and to services from muzaki to mustahik, and digital technology very sangat membantu, ya, for to organization Rumah Zakat.
Thank you, Irfan.
Assalamualaikum.
Meaning that IT is a very significant in managing the collection and also the disbursement of zakat. Please, any honorable speakers want to add?
Yes, Kamal from Sudan.
Yes, Kamal, please.
Assalamualaikum. Okay, it is a good question. I think that my personal point of view to use technology in collecting and distributing zakat is very essential. But let me, we have some challenges here in Sudan. For example, personally, I speak about Sudan. We do not use yet technology in distributing and collecting zakat. But my personal point of view, it is essential. It is very important because it has many advantages. But the challenge is that, for example, in Sudan, Assalamu alaikum.
I hear you.
Yes. For example, when we want to collect zakat, for example, livestock, the owner of this livestock, they haven't even sometimes phone. So to collect zakat through apps or through technology, for them it is very difficult. Okay. Also, I think that for the beneficiaries themselves, sometimes it is very difficult for them to have a phone or a smartphone so as to have access to the zakat agencies or zakat office. So I can say that using technology in collecting and distributing zakat, really it is very necessary, and it will minimize, let me say, somehow it will minimize any sort of corruption when you are collecting or distributing zakat. This is number one. Number two, yeah.
But some prefer to use the traditional method.
The traditional method, now we are doing it in Sudan, but it is not demandable. We should have to do hard so as to change this method. But as I said before, we have some challenges. The beneficiaries themselves, they cannot introduce through this smartphone, and sometimes the zakat payers themselves, those who are dealing with livestock, those who are doing agricultural products, they are far away in nomad areas. So they may have not a network, good network there, so as to do such work, or so as to practice their to receive zakat or to pay zakat. It is very difficult for them for the time being. But personally, I do support and I do appreciate to introduce the IT in managing zakat. It is essential.
Thank you, Brother Kamal. Let's move to next question, please. Okay. This is specifically to the Dato' Paduka Amar. What is the key? What is the key to collecting? What is the, maybe I don't know what is the meaning. What is the key collecting the managed zakat to obtain extraordinary result? May the Honorable Dato' answer this question. Is the Honorable Dato' there? Or maybe we skip this question. We may go back to this question. We can proceed to the next question.
Professor Ismail, if I can just add, sorry,
Okay, please, Sister Fairuz.
Yes, I just want to actually add a comment to the previous question. Just to say that I understand and I agree that IT is an enabler which creates efficiencies in the collection and distribution of zakat. However, the IT aspect should not remove the interaction with the asnaf, especially at the beginning of the process. And this is an important step in assisting them. And maybe just to give you a context within South Africa, I think it depends on the generation, in that you'll find the older Muzaki would want to have the traditional method of walking into an office and handing over his zakah, his physical or actual zakah, to the amil. Whereas obviously the younger generation wants us to find more efficient ways for them to do it in any form digitally. So that's my comments.
Okay. Thank you, Sister Fairuz. Thank you very much for your response. And we go to the next one, please. Next question. Next. Okay. This is to how to increase zakat collection during pandemic of COVID in Sudan. Mr. Kamal.
Okay. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu
Actually, we are collecting zakat physically. So in Sudan, it is very difficult to overcome this problem, but we are doing our best. So we have our team. We are collecting zakat from the field. We are not using IT. We are not using technology. So we prepare our teams and we go to the field so as to collect our zakat. Really, we are facing a very difficult conditions so as to increase our collection. And COVID touched us very seriously. But Alhamdulillah, now we are working well. We are doing well. We are collecting zakat from the pairs of zakat directly. It is very rare to collect zakat through IT or through electronic choices. So, Alhamdulillah, we are protected by Allah, and now we are practicing our work in a good way. But really, we are now doing that through the traditional way. We are preparing our team. They are visiting the pairs of zakat. They reach the pairs of zakat in their places, and they collect their zakat from them. Till now, it is going well, but now really we are preparing ourselves to find another way so as to overcome this problem and to do our job in a safety and in a good way, inshallah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brother Kamal. Okay. Can we proceed to the next one?
Could I just perhaps add a comment?
Yeah,
not
Virus,
just
Virus, yeah.
for Sudan, but I think for everybody throughout the country, or at least throughout the world, that's managing zakat funds and knowing and understanding the resources, the limited resources that are out there. But also perhaps we need to consider ways of perhaps being more efficient in the work that we do, and perhaps also consider collaborating with other organizations so that we can obviously stretch the limited resources that we have a bit further. Because with the current economic situation and with the Muzaki having even reduced disposable income, that the chances of increasing our zakat is a bit challenging. So those are just other ways of how we could possibly stretch the resources that we have.
I think I'm sure that you all have the counter strategies to during the pandemic period to counter the reduction, maybe the reduction in the collection or the difficulty in collecting the zakat. Okay, thank you very much. Can we move to what challenges do Sanza face with the best practice in your country? Sister Swerus.
Jazakallah shukran to Nazir for that question. I think the challenges that South Africa generally faces is very much around raising funding for infrastructure and technology development. Donors are a bit more keen to contribute to operational expenses rather than, at least, and as opposed to projects. They're obviously much more keen to support a project. Another challenge that we have is resource management. I think trying to or attracting top skills at lower market salaries is a huge challenge within, I think, any NGO sector, because you'll find that the NGO doesn't have salary scales. So it's difficult to retain top skills from that perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. The difficulty is to retain the talented person working with you. Okay. Finish, Fahmi? Brother Fahmi, is there any question? Finish? Oh, last one. Is there collaboration with the government to assist people from COVID-19? So, Pak Arifin Purakanata.
Yeah.
Is there any collaboration with the government?
Okay, let's be answer in Bahasa, sorry.
Yeah, okay,
let's
please.
Professor Ghaffar translate to participant.
I'm trying my best to translate.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
BAZNAS adalah government body. BAZNAS adalah organisasi pemerintah non-structural di Indonesia. Oleh sebab itu, BAZNAS menjadi koordinator bagi lembaga-lembaga zakat di seluruh Indonesia. Karena BAZNAS adalah government body, tentu saja BAZNAS memiliki kerjasama dengan kerajaan, dengan government untuk membantu masyarakat dalam menanggulangi COVID-19. Misalnya saja kami tergabung, BAZNAS tergabung di dalam gugus tugas government unit untuk menanggulangi COVID. Kami mengelola volunteer. Kami mengelola volunteer untuk bisa membantu government dalam menangani COVID-19. Nah, kerjasama yang lain kami support government untuk berbagai kebutuhan di rumah sakit, berbagai kegiatan membantu masyarakat, dan berbagai kegiatan yang dapat dilakukan sepanjang dana zakat itu dapat membantu korban-korban COVID. Dan pemerintah membantu lembaga-lembaga zakat dalam informasi, dalam koordinasi bersama-sama pemerintah dalam mengenai COVID. Kerjasama di Indonesia antara government dengan lembaga-lembaga zakat sangat baik. Kami bekerja sama, saling bahu-membahu untuk membantu masyarakat, dan ini tidak saja pada saat COVID, karena di Indonesia banyak disaster, lembaga-lembaga zakat, BAZNAS, juga lembaga amil zakat sudah terbiasa bekerja sama dengan pemerintah dalam membantu masyarakat ketika ada bencana. Demikian juga ketika COVID. Demikian, Profesor Gabar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Arifin. Okay, may I translate this? BAZNAS is part of the government body, and of course, as part of the government body, your role as a coordinator with other government body in helping or in overcoming the difficulty during COVID-19. And a few examples, if I can say here, is BAZNAS helping in creating a group of volunteers, okay? Creating a group of volunteers that help the government during the pandemic, and also the government support, and also support the government in handling or in helping the facilities or in providing good facilities in the hospital during the COVID-19. So that is the main point here, is there because the BAZNAS as the government agency, so this agency cooperate with other agency in helping or in overcoming the difficulty during the pandemic 19. Okay, so I think there is no more question. I guess. Rami?
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof. We are going
and
to.
Also, the time is already 7 past 8. Sorry, 7 plus 7. And
You may have
I hope we can stop here. And thank you very much for all the and also the participant for cooperating with me and also in handling this session. And lest I conclude that our weaknesses can be complement with the strength from others. And then we should experience, and from these talks, we should get some experience, or we should learn from the experience from others that they can do well. Why not we also can do well, or we can do that on a continuous basis for the betterment of the Ummah through this zakat mechanism, inshallah. So with that, I stop here and says, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I to moderator, to the committee members to proceed with your next agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof.
Salam.
Alhamdulillah. Syukran li fadilatul Ustaz Dr. Abdul Ghaffar ala tafadhulihi fi idarati hadhihi al-jalsa al-mubarakah. ففي هذا المقام أريد أن أقدم جزيل الشكر أيضا لجميع المحاضرين الذين قد قدموا المحاضرات القيمة. كما أريد أيضا أن أقدم جزيل شكري للمشاركين لجميع المشاركين الذين قد قاموا بتدخلاتهم وأجوباتهم في هذه الجلسة. فالمحاضرين اليوم أو في هذه الجلسة Datuk Paduka Amar, كذلك مدام فيروز, مستر عريفين, مستر أحسن اليغوري. كما أريد أن أقدم جزيل الشكر أيضا للأخ إرفان نوغروهو وكذلك فضيلة الشيخ كمال محمد محمود. أيها الحفل الكريم, قبل أن نواصل برامجنا في هذه الليلة على توقيت جاكرتا, هيا بنا نشاهد إلى فيديو ترويجي الآتي. معا نشاهد هذا الفيديو.
As Muslims, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls upon us to give zakat to help those in need. It is stated in the Quran, Surah At-Tawbah, verse 103, "Take alms out of their riches, and thereby cleanse them, and bring about their growth in righteousness, and pray for them. Indeed, your prayer is a source of tranquility for them." As a nation with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia holds a great potential and prospect within zakat collection. According to data collected by the National Board of Zakat of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia holds a zakat potential of 233.9 trillion rupiah. However, there is still a large gap present between the potentials of zakat and the total of zakat collection. This is mainly caused by the low zakat literacy levels within the community. Therefore, it is crucial for the development of an accurate zakat literacy measurement tool. In 2019, BAZNAS has developed a methodology which can accurately measure the comprehension levels of the community regarding zakat through the Zakat Literacy Index. The comprehension level of the community is crucial for zakat stakeholders. This is due to the fact that the comprehension level of a person influences their behavior and attitude towards decision-making in the payment of zakat. The indicators within the Zakat Literacy Index precisely measures two dimensions of a muzaki, which consists of the basic knowledge and the advanced knowledge dimension. In 2020, BAZNAS, in collaboration with the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, implemented the Zakat Literacy Index through a survey. This survey was conducted through the 5 main regions of Indonesia, with a total number of 3,200 respondents from 32 provinces across Indonesia. The respondents of the Zakat Literacy Index are muzaki and potential muzaki, both men and women. The results of the survey showed that the overall score of the National Zakat Literacy Index in 2020 is categorized within the moderate category of literacy, with a total score of 66.78. Furthermore, the total national score for the basic knowledge dimension also falls into the moderate category with a total score of 72.21. Whereas, the advanced knowledge dimension falls into the low literacy category with a total score of 56.68. Therefore, the national level of zakat comprehension in Indonesia is considered sufficient in regards to basic zakat knowledge. However, aspects regarding zakat management through legal zakat institutions is still considered relatively low. The Zakat Literacy Index does not only measure the basic and advanced knowledge of muzaki, but also the factors regarding decision-making of muzaki. Survey results show that both men and women participated within the survey. However, women had slightly higher literacy levels compared to the men. The respondents of the survey were also categorized into 3 main age groups, which consist of ages below 17, ages between 17 till 45, and ages above 45. Among all three age groups, the majority of the respondents who had low literacy levels were those within the category of 17 and under. The survey also shows that 55% of the respondents prefer to pay zakat during the holy month of Ramadan. The majority of the respondents also prefer paying zakat at the masjid, which they find is the most accessible. The majority of the respondents claim that their main source of information regarding zakat is from religious lectures. Therefore, Puskas BAZNAS would like to recommend for authorities and regulators to utilize the results of this survey to create more effective, efficient, and planned regulations towards national zakat management. Zakat institutions can use these results to evaluate their programs and consider these aspects for improvement of their institutional management. Zakat is about social welfare and as a form of gratitude to Allah. By improving the level of literacy, not only will Muslims become more aware of the importance and benefits zakat bring, but also will have a stronger connection with Allah. Let us achieve universal welfare through zakat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just watched the Zakat Literacy Index video. The Zakat Literacy Index is among one of the many researches that have been conducted by the BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies. The BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies was established to scientifically address zakat development, specifically in Indonesia. To understand more about the BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies, we will now listen to the presentation from Brother Fahmi Ali Hudayfi. To Brother Fahmi Ali, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable speakers and moderators of the fourth plenary session of the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference, the respectable audience, those who are with us here in the Zoom meeting room, and those who are watching us on YouTube, BAZNAS TV channel, and all the committee of the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference. Good evening from Indonesia. I know it's a hard time for all of us, not because just we are facing the pandemic COVID-19, but this time is very challenging for all of us, especially for me to introduce our institution, to share what we have been doing, what we have been done in our institution, BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies. I pray all of us be in the best of health and iman. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the institutionalized zakat, or we can understand it by zakat institution, in Indonesia we have Badan Amil Zakat Nasional or Lembaga Amil Zakat. In other places or in other countries, like in Bangladesh, we have a Center for Zakat Management. In Canada, it has National Zakat Fund of Canada. In UK, it has National Zakat Fund of United Kingdom. All of which this institution we can understand as institutionalized zakat. It's zakat formed formally in an institution. However, every countries have different regulation. So, ladies and gentlemen, such growing zakat institution, of course, needs secular works to best advise the betterment of the zakat administration. So, question like how far research on zakat has been conducted, what are the topics covered in the recent zakat, what are the issues addressed related to zakat in the recent secular works? What are the novelties contributed by the recent research on zakat, notably for the improvement of zakat operation, and so on? So this question regarding zakat, the development of zakat research, inshallah, I am Fahmi Al-Hudayfi, a researcher at BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies, attempting to share our products in our institution so as to answer the question that I have just raised now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in our institution, yes, all right, yeah, thank you. We have, all right. So the first question is who is Puskas BAZNAS or BAZNAS Strategic Studies? What is the vision of this institution and what is the mission? We have in our monitor, our vision is to be the global reference for zakat literature, and how we translate this vision into our mission. The first thing we would like to address is to pioneer and influence the novelties in zakat literature. What we have done to reach, to perform this mission. Inshallah, in the next slide, I will elaborate more about our research. Don't worry. And the second one is our mission is to unlock the abstract notion of the research on zakat. So because zakat, as we know that the practice of zakat is very recent, so meaning that research on zakat, there's so many novelties that there's so many things, there's so many abstract things, even to measure how the performance of zakat institution, it would be different from such commercial institution like banking institutions. So that's going to be huge difference because zakat institutions is a social institution. So this thing we would like to abstract idea to measure such idea, such notion. The third one is strategizing and leading the global landscape of zakat literature. What's product-led mission? I will explain next. And then knowledgeable in the recent development of zakat discourse worldwide, and then advising the management of zakat institution based on research findings. Yes, we already extended our products into policy briefs. I will explain on this matter then. And then synergizing and collaborating with other related stakeholders to advance the research on zakat. So let's, ladies and gentlemen, move on to the next slide, please. All right, in the next slide, we have the milestone of BAZNAS. This is still in the first slide. Sorry, Sister Anna. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Okay, thank you here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the milestones of our institution. In 2016, it was established. Moving to 2017, we published 20 titles of books, 17 working papers, and 33 official news. What are they? I will tell you later. In the 2018, we published 27 titles of books, including reports. We have published 12 working papers and 25 official news. And in 2019, in which I started to join this institution, we have published 25 titles of books, including reports, 12 working papers, and 24 official news. And in 2020, it's still ongoing. I recorded more than 13 titles of book already published, 7 working papers, 6 official news, and 7 policy briefs. Well, let's move on to the next slide. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is our products in BAZNAS Center of Strategic Studies. The first one is general reports. What is the general reports? So in general reports, we aim to publish materials related to zakat. For instance, we've been publishing the outlook of Zakat Indonesia. So in that report, we publish what happened Zakat in Indonesia in the current year. For instance, in this December, we are going to publish the outlook of Zakat 2021. So we are going to communicate all what happened with Zakat in the 2020 and what will predict about Zakat administration next year in 2021. And then in the strategic research, what is the strategic research? So we have like index Zakat national. In English, it's National Zakat Index, and we have index Desa Zakat, or we call it village Zakat Index. So things like this is to help Zakat institution or Zakat management organization or things, just or whatever terms. But the important thing of strategic research is to help this Zakat institution in the process of distribution of the Zakat fund, so that it will address better the ASNAF. And then we're moving to working papers. So the idea of working papers is to communicate all the research that are ongoing in our institution. And policy brief, it is specially addressed for Zakat institutions. So meaning that if there's an issue that requires Zakat to address, for instance, the current situation due to COVID-19, many mustahik already, mustahik get increased. The number of mustahik, the number of people starving, poverty get increased. So this policy brief we publish to address such matter, to relevantize Zakat to the recent context through the publication of policy brief. Moving now to conference proceeding of International Conference of Zakat. This is more academic, also academic journal, International Journal of Zakat. So this is also more academic. So we provide universities with the relevant sources regarding Zakat, the development of Zakat, the current research of Zakat, which are published in this conference proceedings, and then in academic journal. And then we have also official news. Official news brief everything about our finding on our research. And then we also have a fund application and academic event of IEWC, Islamic Economic Winter Course. And then also we have icons, International Conference of Zakat. And this year it was the 4th icons. Well, can we move to other? Yes. Can we move to the next slide? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce, this is the current classification of our studies or our research. So the first one is, let me have my note. The first one, we have institutional performance related measurement. So what it is, what we have done in this institutional performance related measurement. So in this category, the research are mostly measuring the general performance of Zakat institution. Let's say like how to measure transparency of Zakat institution, and then how to measure the performance, how to measure the impact of Zakat distributed by Zakat institution. So this what we mean by institutional performance related measurement. And then moving to the collection related measurement, what is that? So what is collected related measurement? So these include the research which are, which measure such as the potential of Zakat collection, and then the potential of Zakat collection in, for instance, in Indonesia, how much exactly the potential, and also the brand image of a Zakat institution. So Zakat campaign also, what does influence Muzaki to pay Zakat in a Zakat institution. So these kind of studies are related to collection related measurement. And then the distribution related measurement is something very interesting, because we have a lot of studies on this. For instance, our current team, my current team last year in 2019, we performed studies on Zakat and SDG 6, which is sustainability of clean water and sanitation. So we have to build an indicator that can help Zakat institution to distribute Zakat fund for the project of water and sanitation. So basically, that kind of research is research on distribution related measurement. Ladies and gentlemen, now I think we have let's have what kind of studies in detail. So next slide, please. Yes. Okay, all right. I have a domestic issue first, but let me continue. So I just have explained what is all about studies on institutional performance measurement. So this part, at least we have Index Zakat Nasional 2.0, and then we have financial ratio of Zakat management organization, and then we have indicator or index of transparency of Zakat institution. And then we have also the indicator or index for Sharia compliance of Zakat institution. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain one by one first. What is Index Zakat Nasional, or what is National Zakat Index? All right. The idea of Zakat Nasional Index is to comprehensively measure the performance of Zakat institution, the distribution, what are the impacts, the regulation in the respective area, for instance, in the respective province or in the respective local government. Do they promote Zakat, such distribution, and is there any budget for local government for Zakat institution? So all things like this we measure, and also Zakat, the impact of Zakat distribution. So these things are measured in Index Zakat National or in National Zakat Index. So what are the novelty of National Zakat Index? The originality we offer by National Zakat Index is the comprehensive measurement for the performance of Zakat institution. All right. We are now, so how many indicators? You can open www.puskasbaznas.com. All our publication are non-payable, meaning that you can download. You can download as you want. All right, I am moving now to financial ratio of Zakat management organization. Why Zakat institution needs financial ratio measurement like banking? Why? Yes, first of all, because Zakat, the distribution of Zakat is already locked by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala in Surah At-Taubah. All right. In At-Taubah, verse 60. So meaning that we have 8 asnafs, fukara, masakin, and others. So meaning that, so this financial ratio can best measure such as allocation to distribution. So the duration from Zakat is collected and the Zakat is distributed. So we should have this kind of ratio, different from commercial banking. They also have financial ratio, but such ratio in Zakat institution would be huge different. But we have, yes, of course, Zakat institution who are managing Zakat fund, they also must be efficient. So what is the ratio of Zakat institution efficiency? So how to measure it? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have financial ratio of Zakat management organization. So that is, the novelty is this research. I think we also have the sister here. We have, we have maybe Sister Aisa, we have Brother Adit, and then we have Sister Priesta also maybe already in this room. They are the one who developed this financial ratio. You want to, maybe you want to communicate with them, you can search in the participants, just type Aisha or type Priesta or Aditya. So they are the one who developed this financial ratio. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am now moving to transparency indicator or transparency index of Zakat institution. Again, question, why Zakat institution needs to be transparent and how to measure such Zakat institution transparency? How? Yes, because Zakat institution, they are collecting fund from public. It is not only Zakat fund, it is but also infak, sodaqah, and other cases, wakaf, maybe like dompet du'apa, like rumah zakat, and other things, they are also collecting wakaf. BAZNAS, especially at this, zakat, infak, and sodaqah. So the important thing is that if institutions, they are collecting fund from public, they must be transparent. All right? So this index transparency or transparency index of Zakat institution aims to measure how transparent is Zakat institution. So what are the indicators? You may please open our website, www.puskasbasnat.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on from transparency index of Zakat organization, I am going to explain very also interesting of our research. It is Sharia compliance indicators of Zakat institution. We just conducted this study this year, 2020. And the question is, why do you think Zakat institutions are not Sharia compliant? So we need to develop Sharia compliance of Zakat institution. But the important question is that how Sharia can be translated in a Zakat institution. So let's say if Islamic banking, they have like the framework of Sharia compliance, how to say, yes, how do we say an Islamic bank is compliant to Sharia? So they already established the indicator. They have the measurement. But this Zakat institution also must be comply to Sharia. Because why? Because Zakat institutions are collecting Islamic fund. It is Zakat. Zakat is not social fund, but it can act as social. But it can transfer the social and financial benefit. But the main thing of Zakat is not social fund. Zakat is a religious obligation. So this is the main thing. So when this religious obligation is managed by an institution, so this institution subject to Sharia requirement, meaning that this institution should fulfill Sharia in managing the Zakat. So this Zakat institution index, Sharia compliance of Zakat institution aims to measure how compliant is a Zakat institution into fulfills the Sharia requirement. So what are the indicators? So how do we translate Sharia compliance in a Zakat institution performance? How do we translate all these things? Yes, again, you can open now www.puskasbasnas.com. So thank you. So let's move on to the next slide. Sister Anna, yes. All right. Just now I have explained about Zakat, about studies on the, sorry, let me recall first. Yes, on the institutional performance measurement. Yes, we have National Zakat Index, we have financial ratio of Zakat organization, we have transparency indicator, and then we have also Sharia compliance. But what about studies on collection measurement? What we have done on this? So why we need to do, why we need to measure the collection? All right, why? Yes, because when Zakat institutions are collecting fund, which area, which potential, where they should get the fund. So meaning that such studies on Zakat collection, which part areas has the potential of Zakat, so things like that. So we need to establish. So we need to do this. We need to do this collection measurement. What we have done is the first thing we have performed a study on Zakat Literacy Index. This is my brother Abdul Aziz Yahya Sauki. He is the leader of this research. So what is Zakat Literacy Index and what what does Zakat Literacy Index is doing. All right. So this Zakat Literacy Index in the first video before I present, before my presentation, the committee shown what is all about the Zakat Literacy Index. Okay, so it measures the ability of Muzaki, all right, the ability of Muzaki in the literature about Zakat. So what we measure about the knowledge about Zakat, what are? Yes, such as the knowledge of basic Zakat, the knowledge of advanced Zakat. So everything we measure in this Zakat Literacy Index. So if one of you asks, can I access this conceptual studies? Yes, you may access www.puskasbaznas.com. All right, now we are moving to our 2019 research. We have in the mapping indicator of the potential of Zakat. So this is one of the novelty contributed by this 2019 indicator pemetaan potensi Zakat, or in English is mapping indicator, mapping the potential of Zakat in Indonesia. So what is the potential? So what is the novelty contributed by this research? So there are about yes, there are two kinds of Zakat. It is the Zakat classic, and then there is also contemporary Zakat. In contemporary Zakat, we have Zakat from banking, saving, and everything. So we measure the potential of Zakat based on these indicators. So this is among the novelties, and the result is yes, we haven't yet. Sorry, we haven't yet. I think I haven't yet finished. Let me check with the yes. All right. So this is the studies on distribution measurement. We have Zakat Village Index, we have apostasy vulnerability index, and also we have BAZNAS index for sustainability of clean water and sanitation, and then also we have utilization indicator. So all of which you can yes, you can freely download it. This conceptual and research in our institute, in our website www.puskasbaznas.com. So moving to the next slide, please. Yes, this is our recent works related to COVID-19. And Zakat in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, evidence of World Zakat Forum is one of our interesting products, which will be published inshallah this month. And also we will announce the result of this study. So don't go anywhere, because after my session, we will have what is all about from this study, Zakat in the time of COVID-19 pandemic. So this is also our works related studies. This is the policy brief that we have published during these times of pandemic. Moving on, thank you very much. All the views expressed is all mine, not my institution. So if there's any mistake, the mistake is mine, not my institution. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the main event of the World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020 momentarily. Before moving on, let us hear a word from our sponsors. To the audience, please stand by.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality. The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of Zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global Ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Every day, we are connected. The information exchange is getting faster, encouraging us to involve the goodness to move and spread faster. BAZNAS continues to innovate the way to the goodness as easy as moving the fingers. Through BAZNAS platform, non-commercial platform, commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platforms, and social media platform, BAZNAS is available in many online media. We always strive to give our best so that goodness can be spread easy as moving the fingers.
Generasi ini serba cepat, praktis, dan selalu ingin perubahan. Seperti halnya generasi sebelum mereka dan generasi sebelumnya lagi. Tapi ada satu hal yang tak pernah berubah. Pencarian mereka akan nilai-nilai kebaikan. Bersama BNI Syariah, jalan kebaikan itu akan selalu terbuka.
Wah, pernah itu malam-malam waktu masih jualan di Kota Kembang, pas mau nyebrang ditabrak sampai termos itu pecah semua. Kalau dibilang cukup dan nggak cukup, sebenarnya nggak cukup. Pernah cuma laku satu gelas, itu pun jalannya juga waktu itu masih jualannya di GDC. Semangat saya itu anak-anak saya. Saya jualan kayak gini untuk mereka. Saya nggak pengen anak saya ikut jualan. Tapi mau gimana keadaan seperti itu? Anak saya harus ikut jualan. Saya pengen anak saya di rumah, nggak kedinginan, nggak kena angin malam. Tapi mau gimana? Memang keadaan seperti itu diharuskan mereka harus ikut setiap hari. Harapan saya pengen anak saya lebih baik dari saya, hidup lebih baik dari saya, bisa jadi apa yang mereka inginkan kelak.
Desa Berdaya is an empowerment program within the scope of a village or sub-district through an integrated approach. The programs implemented include communication development, economic programs, education, healthcare, environment, to disaster preparedness. The target of Desa Berdaya is the growth and development of local institutions, which can solve problems in their own environment. By combining the strengths and assets of their village and collaborating with other, especially the village government. Desa Berdaya exists because your donation of zakat, infak, wakaf, and your social and humanitarian funds, which are distributed through Rumah Zakat. Thank you for your collaboration. Let's create more happiness through Desa Berdaya.
The global issue of poverty and social inequality demand a collaborative work to solve. Working together defines the true sense of humanity and is the starting point to make a powerful impact. The reinforcement of Zakat movement worldwide requires a solid commitment among the Muslim countries. The stronger the commitment, the faster towards the Islamic civilization will be. Established in 2010, the World Zakat Forum has been accommodating the global stakeholder of Zakat. World Zakat Forum has pioneered the global discussion of Zakat, which is relevant to both practitioners and academics. With its existence for almost a decade, the World Zakat Forum has been connecting member countries to cooperate in solving the global issue of poverty and income disparity. The World Zakat Forum aims to advance the global practice of Zakat management system. It has been creating the space for the global Ummah to actualize the maslahah. The World Zakat Forum has allowed Muslim countries to play a significant role addressing the global issue and be a part of universal solidarity.
Every day we are connected. The information exchange is getting faster, encouraging us to involve the goodness to move and spread faster. BAZNAS continues to innovate the way to the goodness as easy as moving the fingers. Through BAZNAS platform, non-commercial platform, commercial platform, innovative platform, artificial intelligence platforms, and social media platform, BAZNAS is available in many online media. We always strive to give our best so that goodness can be spread easy as moving the fingers.
Generasi ini serba cepat, praktis, dan selalu ingin perubahan. Seperti halnya generasi sebelum mereka dan generasi sebelumnya lagi. Tapi ada satu hal yang tak pernah berubah. Pencarian mereka akan nilai-nilai kebaikan. Bersama BNI Syariah, jalan kebaikan itu akan selalu terbuka.
Wah, pernah itu malam-malam waktu masih jualan di Kota Kembang, pas mau nyebrang ditabrak sampai termos itu pecah semua. Kalau dibilang cukup dan nggak cukup, sebenarnya nggak cukup. Pernah cuma laku satu gelas, itu pun jalannya juga waktu itu masih jualannya di GDC. Semangat saya itu anak-anak saya. Saya jualan kayak gini untuk mereka. Saya nggak pengen anak saya ikut jualan. Tapi mau gimana, keadaan seperti itu. Anak saya harus ikut jualan. Saya pengen anak saya di rumah, nggak kedinginan, nggak kena angin malam. Tapi mau gimana? Memang keadaan seperti itu diharuskan mereka harus ikut setiap hari. Harapan saya pengen anak saya lebih baik dari saya, hidup lebih baik dari saya, bisa jadi apa yang mereka inginkan kelak.
Desa Berdaya is an empowerment program within the scope of a village or sub-district through an integrated approach. The programs implemented include communication development, economic programs, education, healthcare, environment, to disaster preparedness. The target of Desa Berdaya is the growth and development of local institutions, which can solve problems in their own environment. By combining the strengths and assets of their village and collaborating with other, especially the village government. Desa Berdaya exists because your donation of zakat, infak, wakaf, and your social and humanitarian funds, which are distributed through Rumah Zakat. Thank you for your collaboration. Let's create more happiness through Desa Berdaya.
أول كتاب بحثي خبرة من منتدى الزكاة العالمي. يقود هذه الجلسة الأستاذ دكتور بامبang سوديبيو، فلذلك لا أريد أن أطيل عليكم. نفضل الأستاذ دكتور بامبang سوديبيو. الوقت لكم يا فضيلة الأستاذ.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukrulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wala hawla wala quwwata illa billah. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain amma ba'du. Dear all World Zakat Forum conference and annual meeting, we have just finished the annual meeting, and we have what is that? We will do the book launching. I don't understand because the master of ceremony talk in Arabic. Would you please repeat the master of ceremony?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be proceeding to the book launching. The book launching session will now be led by Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo. To Professor Bambang Sudibyo, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to the screen, please. So we are now conducting the book launching. Next, please. So the book is Zakat in Time of COVID-19 Pandemic, evidence from World Zakat Forum. This report provides relevant insight regarding Zakat emission in a time of COVID-19 pandemic. The discussion began with the elaboration of COVID-19 impacts, notably the socioeconomic problems it has caused. Furthermore, the existing studies which have investigated former outbreaks are reviewed to enrich the discussions. The importance of Zakat in facing such consequences is therefore captured. This study further employs a qualitative approach to understand how Zakat has been managed during the pandemic. Interview through email and WhatsApp is conducted with the representatives from the World Zakat Forum member countries. Of the existing 40 member countries, 14 representatives who are from 12 countries respond to the interviews. In total, 14,194 words are collected from the interviews and used for the analysis. Thematic analysis is further conducted to describe Zakat administration in the selected COVID-19 period. Overall, the finding shows necessary knowledge about Zakat management during the pandemic. It captures digital innovation in Zakat collection, a novelty in Zakat distribution, the maneuver of internal management of Zakat institution, and other issues related to Zakat collection and distribution in a time of COVID-19 outbreak. This report is relevant to Zakat stakeholders, academics, and government in Muslim majority countries. To some degree, the finding of this research has the potential to support the activation of Zakat as a fiscal policy instrument, notably in Muslim majority countries. Thank you. So, Being so, I would like to declare that the book is launched. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Bambang Sudibyo, for leading the book launching session. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the highlights of the World Zakat Forum Annual International Conference is the annual meeting of the World Zakat Forum member states. This annual meeting was held parallel to the fourth plenary session. This year, the highlight of the annual meeting discussed the appointment of the new World Zakat Forum Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General of the period for 2020 till 2023. Now that the meeting has adjourned, we would like to announce the new World Zakat Forum Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General 2020 and 2023. To Professor Bambang Sudibyo, the time is yours.
Okay, please, the next, please. Yeah, the new Secretary General of the Zakat Forum for the period of 2020 to 2023 is Dr. Zainul Bahanur. And then the head of World Zakat Forum Youth for 2020-2023 is Mr. Azim Kidwai. And then head of World Zakat Forum Research and Development 2020-2023, Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal.
Congratulations to Dr. Zainal Bahar Noor as the new World Zakat Forum Secretary General of the period for 2020-2023. We would also like to congratulate Mr. Azim Kidwai as the head of the youth for the World Zakat Forum. And also, we would also like to congratulate to Dr. Hasbi Zainal as the head for the World Zakat Forum Research. We wish you all the best of luck. Now, let us hear several words from our new Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum. To Dr. Zainal Bahar Noor, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, my sister. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Secretary General of World Zakat Forum 2017-2020, Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo, the Honorable Deputy General Middle East Representative 2017-2020, Dr. Sareh Ali Al-Waji, the Honorable Deputy Secretary General, Europe and US Representative 2017 to 2020, Dr. Elnur Saviovi, the Honorable Deputy Secretary General, North and East Africa Representative 2017-2020, Dr. Abdesalam Balaji, the Honorable Deputy Secretary General, West and South Africa Representative 2017-2020, Muhammad Lawal Maidoki, the Honorable Deputy Secretary General, South Asia Representative 2017-2020, Dr. Muhammad Ayub Miah, the Honorable Deputy Secretary General, Southeast Asia Representative 2017-2020, Haji Ahmad Shukri Yusof, the Honorable Executive Secretary of World Zakat Forum 2017-2020, Dr. Irfan Sokibek, and to all our respected audience at home. All praises is due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Lord of the whole world. It is because of this blessing, that we all are here now, attending the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference. May Rahmah and Barakah surround all of us here now. Peace and salutation be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May the blessing of Allah be continuous to the Prophet's family, his companions, and all of us. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, in these hard times of COVID-19, our annual Zakat event, the World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020, is conducted virtually. The annual meeting has agreed this World Zakat Forum is to continue with me in the period 2020-2023. It is a great honor and privilege to have this opportunity, yet it is also a challenge to navigate where Zakat will be going in next 3 years. First of all, as COVID-19 hit the world in unpredictable way, Zakat has thus been receiving a great challenge. As economic slowdown occurs, this in some countries, Zakat collection has decreased, while at the same time, such circumstance leads to the increase in the demand of Zakat. There is more Zakat fund is needed in this hard time. It is thus international collaboration is required to face this issue together. Let's go to 2020 to activate Zakat in alleviating poverty, notably due to COVID-19. Secondly, as each member country of the Zakat Forum experiences different level of hardship due to COVID-19, there will be lessons can be shared for the betterment of Zakat practices. In the next 3 years, the global Zakat is expected to address the consequences of COVID-19. Let's work together in this hard time. Thirdly, World Zakat Forum Youth and World Zakat Forum Research. Our new established subsidiaries will have the first step in the next 3 years. Let's go with the youth of AMIL from across different nations to navigate Zakat management in our community. Youth and research are two big things to drive World Zakat Forum in the next 3 years. Lastly, I once again sworn to deliver my gratitude to Allah and thanks to all committees and the people who contribute directly and indirectly to this conference. I hope that the World Zakat Forum International Conference this year can offer many inspiring innovation that can spur the rule of Zakat globally, especially in tackling the impact of COVID-19. Let's go together to 2023. Once again, Thanks so much. May Allah grant us happiness and health. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Zainullah Harnoor for your speech. And congratulations once again for being selected as the World Zakat Forum Secretary General. Now we would like to move on to the next agenda, which is the inauguration of the World Zakat Forum Youth and also the World Zakat Forum Research, which will also be led by Professor Bambang Sudibyo. Professor Bambang Sudibyo, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The annual meeting have already agreed, that we have established a new forum, which are World Zakat Forum Youth, and also World Zakat Forum Research and Development. So we know, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like now to formally announce that the World Zakat Forum Youth and World Zakat Forum Research and Development has been launched. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the inauguration session, Professor Bambang Sudibyo. Now, we will listen to several words from the new head of the World Zakat Forum Youth. To Mr. Azim Kidway, the time is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Inna alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. I would like to start the small address by thanking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for this opportunity, and at the same time recognizing the great leadership of Professor Bambang and Dr. Zainullah Bahar as the new incoming Secretary General. These are leadership positions of great trust and amana for the Muslims across the world, and it's a pleasure to serve under these great people. I wanted to just spend just a couple of moments to reflect on the position of the youth and why I guess this role has been put together. We look through the history of Islam, and we will always see that young people have played an enormous role in our leadership. We have seen that the example of Muhammad ﷺ was always to empower young people to take on the greatest of responsibilities. It is from our way that we reflect on that tradition to really think about how we can inspire and ensure that young people are taking on the challenges of zakat management globally. When we think that, for example, that Osama bin Zayd radiallahu anhu was 17 years old when he became the commander of the army, and under his command were people like Abu Bakr and Umar, this should give us something to reflect upon. That just at 17 he was given this responsibility. When you think that Mu'adh ibn Jabal radiallahu anhu, at 27 he became the governor of Yemen. This was an enormous role, yet he was someone that was still under 30. So we see that we have a precedent of young people delivering for the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We're very fortunate in the organization where I serve at NZF Worldwide that I can say, alhamdulillah, almost all our senior leadership team are in their 30s and 40s. And we've seen the blessings of young people being able to really inspire and motivate others to deliver. So my message to the World Zakat Forum is that let's work together to create opportunities for young people to be able to lead and to deliver and to really be able to inspire others to understand the responsibility that is of zakat, because zakat, without a doubt, is to the finance by which Islam is established, is the way that we honor the faith and the faithful. And my job, inshallah, my effort will be to work with zakat agencies across the world to create channels and opportunities for young people, inshallah, to be able to deliver upon that. And I look forward to working with the new Secretary General, our esteemed leader, Dr. Zainul Bahar, inshallah. And we look forward to still benefiting from the wonderful leadership we've seen from Professor Bang Bang over the years, inshallah, in his new role. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you, Mr. Azim Kigwe, for your speech. And also would like to once again congratulate you for being selected as the World Zakat Forum Youth Head.
أيها الحفل الكريم، الآن هيا بنا نصغي إلى الكلمة التي يلقيها صاحب السعادة دكتور محمد حسبي زينل بوصفه رئيس القسم في الدراسات والبحوث. Kami persilahkan kepada Dr. Hasbi Zainal untuk menyampaikan sambutan selaku Ketua Bidang Penelitian dan Pengembangan World Zakat Forum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Secretary General of World Zakat Forum 2020 until 2023, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur. The Honorable Secretary General of World Zakat Forum 2017 until 2020, Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo. The Honorable Deputy Secretary General, Middle East Representative 2017 until 2020, Dr. Saleh Ali Alawaji. The Honorable Deputy Secretary General, Europe and US Representative 2017 until 2020, Dr. Edward Sadi Hofiq, and all deputies of World Zakat Forum, and to all our respected audience at home. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. All praises is due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, mashallah, that we all here know, to attending the 9th of World Zakat Forum International Conference. May rahmah and barakah surround all of us here know. And peace and salutation be upon on our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. May Allah blessing to the Prophet's family, his companions, and all of us. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, why do we need to expand our World Zakat Forum organization, having a subsidiary institution that the World Zakat Forum Research and Development? Research for problem solving, of course. So we have the potential to solve any problem by researching it. As problem solving, it can be broken down into a number of separate components, each of which requires information and analysis. That in research activities, we able to the following that we may identify problems and we can search from the solution and conduct a diagnosis of case-by cases. Furthermore, we can do identification of the potential solutions, decision for action, monitoring, and evaluation of action and outcome from the research activity. That is, mashallah, in my experience now as a researcher at the BAZNAS Center of Studies, or Puskas BAZNAS, inshallah, we have offered several publications that can help the Zakat institution to grow better, especially for the World Zakat Forum member countries. And mashallah, let me take example of here in my work in BAZNAS studies. For example, we create National Zakat Index. It is a novelty that we contribute to Zakat literature in Indonesia as a special. With a National Zakat Index, a lot of researchers can measure the performance of Zakat institution in Indonesia. That, for example, from the National Zakat Index. And inshallah, this concept of National Zakat Index will be moved to the globally scale. For example, maybe we can create the world zakat indicator. Let this world zakat indicator. And yes, it will be at least 3 main points that we can work together for the first World Zakat Forum Research and Development and build this organization in the coming 3 years after 2020 until 2023. First, I believe that Zakat institutions across the countries are ruled by different regulatory framework. That is, World Zakat Forum Research and Development. This can work together to navigate World Zakat Forum Research in exploring which regulatory framework that may allow the integration of Zakat into fiscal policy instrument that has been merely in the academic discussion. Secondly, of course, COVID-19 has been the primary topic these days in our Zakat discussion. The extent to which Zakat has managed this pandemic consequences, I think this is important for World Zakat Forum to address in the coming years. And thirdly, I believe that collaboration make this World Zakat Forum and Development to have stronger starting point. I think collaboration. It is my experience to work together with research institution in the World Zakat Forum member countries as well. This will mark our World Zakat Forum research development step together. Lastly, I once again want to deliver my gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala and thanks to all committee and the people who contribute directly and indirectly to this conference. MashaAllah, I hope that this event can offer many inspiration, many innovation that can can spur the dakwah of zakat globally, especially in tackling the impact of COVID-19 in this year. Let's work together our Zakat for Research and Development. Once again, thank you so much. May Allah grant us happiness and health for us. Wassalamualaikum. That from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Syukran laka ayuhad doktor ala kalimatika ar-ra'iyatil jadzabah. فندعو الله تعالى أن يوفقكم في كل اللقطات وفي كل الخطوات ونتمنى لكم كل التوفيق وذلك خلال فترة خدمتكم كرئيس قسم البحوث والتنمية لمنتدى العالمي للزكاة.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now announced the new Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, the new head of the World Zakat Forum Youth, and the new head for the World Zakat Forum Research. Congratulations to you all, and we wish the best of luck for you all. We would also like to present a token of appreciation to Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo and also to all of the heads of the World Zakat Forum. Thank you all for all your hard work, and may Allah continue to shower you with health and blessings. Our next agenda will be the World Zakat Forum Resolution 2020, which will be read by the new Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum. To Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allow me for a couple of minutes to read the resolution of the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference and Annual Meeting 2020 virtually. This is about post-COVID-19 economic recovery, the rule of World Zakat Forum 30 November to 1st December 2020. The World Zakat Forum, as an international platform of Zakat movement, has a role to synergize global Zakat stakeholders in improving the welfare of the Ummah and alleviating poverty. Therefore, with the mercy of Allah SWT, the World Zakat Forum has conducted the 9th World Zakat Forum International Conference and Annual Meeting 2020 online on 30th November until 1st of December 2020 with the theme Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery, the role of World Zakat Forum. This conference has discussed various updated topics on global Zakat development, particularly in the light of the World Zakat Forum's response to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Those are, but not limited to, 1. The role of World Zakat Forum in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. 2. Post-COVID-19 global economy activation, adoption of technology in Zakat administration. 3. The way forward to strengthen the World Zakat Forum. And 4. Best practices of Zakat management amid the pandemic. The conference has also marked to recover health and socio-economic situation due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on the discussion for today's, the World Zakat Forum set the resolution as follows. Number 1, calling all World Zakat Forum members to strengthen the collaboration with the government and other strategic stakeholders to mitigate the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic through optimization of Zakat instrument. Number 2, calling all World Zakat Forum members to optimize digital platforms and recent technology in conducting promotion, calculation, collection, and distribution of Zakat funds in respective member countries. 3. Urging all member countries to refocusing the Zakat distribution program to restore the economy of the respective community which was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 4, the World Zakat Forum Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General will set up the action plan to realize the related resolution in managing the severe impacts of COVID-19 for global mustahiks through the proper zakat distribution and empowerment. Number 5, considering the development of the COVID-19 vaccine around the globe, all member countries are encouraged to support the respective government in implement halal COVID-19 vaccine program to eliminate the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 6, regarding the Waqf sector proposal to integrate Waqf institutions to become World Zakat Forum members, the forum agrees to include Waqf institution to become World Zakat Forum members started effectively in the year 2020. The World Zakat Forum may be extended to become the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. Number 7, acknowledging the importance of the role of youth as the future of global Zakat movement, the forum agrees to approve the establishment of the World Zakat Forum Youth as subsidiary institution of the forum. Number 8, considering the urgency to increase quantity and quality of research that provides proper direction of global Zakat movement, the forum also agrees to approve the establishment of World Zakat Forum Research and Development as subsidiary institution of the forum. The forum also expresses its highest appreciation for the achievement and contribution of World Zakat Forum administration for the period of 2017 to 2020 under the leadership of Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo as Secretary General. His leadership has marked significant progress in the role of the World Zakat Forum. However, continuation of World Zakat Forum administration to ensure fulfillment of Zakat agenda is highly needed. Therefore, in order to further streamline and broaden the role of World Zakat Forum to strengthen global Zakat cooperation and work for the achievement of Zakat objectives, the participants of the World Zakat Forum Annual Meeting 2020 agree to appoint the office bearers of the World Zakat Forum for the period of 2020 to 2023. The Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum is Dr. Zainul Baharnur. Deputy Secretary General, Sheikh Zakaria Othman, representing East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Dr. Muhammad Ayub Miah, representing South and Central Asia. Dr. Saleh Al-Alawaji, representing Middle East and West Asia. Dr. Elnur Abdullah, representing East and North Africa. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki, representing West Africa. And Yasmina Frank, representing Central and South Africa. Number 2, Head of World Zakat Forum Research and Development is Dr. Muhammad Hasbi Zainal. Deputy Head of World Zakat Forum Research and Development are Dr. Ashad Muniza, representing Asia and Australia. Mufti Faras Adam, representing Europe and America. Dr. Aliu Muhammad Dahiru, representing Africa. And number 3, Head of World Zakat Forum Youth is Brother Azim Kitwai, while Deputy Head of World Zakat Forum Youth, Dr. Faisal Mustafa, representing East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Sabina Nabi, representing South and Central Asia. Ola Fayez Abu Arida, representing Middle East and West Asia. Imad El Fadli, representing Europe and America. Lawal Abdul Rahim Maidoki, representing East and North Africa. Fatima Yakubu, representing West Africa. And Hafiz Arif Saik, representing Central and South Africa. In addition, the forum also agrees to include former Secretary General, former Deputy Secretary General, and other figures considered to have significant contribution to the Zakat movement in an advisory council of the World Zakat Forum. In this regard, the forum agrees to appoint the following figures to become office bearers of the World Zakat Forum Advisory Council for the period of 2020-2023. They are Chairman of Advisory Council, Professor Dr. Bambang Sudibyo, MBA, CA. Member of the Advisory Council, Dr. Irfan Sauki Beg, Dr. Said Zafar Mahmud, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan, Dr. Muhammad Obadullah, Professor Dr. Marsum Billah, Dr. Abdus Salam Balaji, Dr. Kamal Mahmud, and Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. The headquarters of the forum shall continue to be in Jakarta, Indonesia. May Allah SWT bless our endeavors in upholding global zakat management for better future of the Ummah. Jakarta, 1st of December 2020, the World Zakat Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Zainul Bahar Noor for reading the World Zakat Forum Resolution 2020. Alhamdulillah, dear audience, we have finally reached the end of Day 2 of the World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020. Before officially closing the event, let us all pray together. The prayer will be led by Professor Dr. Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail. To Professor Dr. Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail, the time is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Before praying, let's recite Ummul Furqan الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم لك الحمد شكرا ولك المن فضلا وأنت ربنا حقا ونحن عبيدك رقا وأنت لم تزل لذلك أهلا. اللهم إنا نسألك وأنت الذي قلت في كتابك الكريم ادعوني أستجب لكم. فاللهم يا ميسر كل عسير ويا جابر كل كثير ويا صاحب كل فريد ويا مغني كل فقير ويا مقوي كل ضعيف ويا مأمر كل مخيف يسر علينا كل العسير فتيسير العسير عليك يسير. اللهم يا من لا يحتاج إلى البيان والتفسير حاجاتنا إليك كثير وأنت عالم بها وبصير. اللهم اهدنا بهداك واجعلنا ممن يسارع في رضاك ولا تولنا وليا سواك ولا تجعلنا ممن خالف أمرك وعصاك وحسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل. اللهم صفي قلوبنا واجعلنا إخوة متحابين ما بيننا يا رب العالمين. اللهم ألف بين قلوبنا، اللهم وحد صفوفنا، اللهم بصرنا بأمورنا، اللهم لم شملنا، اللهم واجبر كسرنا يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعلنا إخوة متآخين محبين لبعضنا متكافئين يدا واحدة على أعدائنا يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم يا حي يا قيوم اجعل منتدى الزكاة العالمي منتدى قويا منظما متطورا يشترك فيه الأتقياء المحترفون المخلصون من العاملين على الزكاة في أنحاء العالم. اللهم وحد صفوفنا وجهودنا لتحصيل الزكاة في العالم وتوزيعها لمستحقيها بغاية الأمانة والعدل والمسؤولية لمكافحة الفقر والكورونا في العالم. اللهم بارك لنا في برامج منتدانا وبارك للمسؤولين عليها وسائر المشاركين فيها واجعل تبادل الأفكار والآراء والمقترحات وتطبيق أحسنها نقطة الانطلاق والتقدم في مجال الزكاة في العالم يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم سهل لنا أمورنا وأمور منتدانا لتحقيق التوصيات التي أنتجتها هذه الندوات العالمية التاسعة لمنتدى الزكاة العالمي. والله ولي التوفيق. وربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Haji Ahmad Satori Ismail, for leading the prayer. Respected speakers, invited guests, and dearest audience, during these 2 days of the World Zakat Forum International Conference, we have listened to many perspectives and experiences regarding zakat in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery from the experts. We would once again like to express our gratitude towards all the respected speakers who have made their time today to come and share their insights to this event. We would also like to once again congratulate Dr. Zainul Bahar Noor for becoming the Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum 2020-2023 period.
أيها الحفل الكريم، سيداتي المحترمات وساداتي المحترمون، أحبائي المتعلمون والمشاركين الكرام، وفي هذا المقام نود أن نرفع ونقدم جزيل الشكر والتقدير إلى جميع المنظمين من منتدى الزكاة العالمي، كما نود أيضا أن نقدم جزيل الشكر إلى رمح زكاة ودومبت دوافا في صفتهم المنظمين. كما لا أنسى أيضا أيها المشاركين أن أرفع كل الشكر والتقدير إلى اللجنة في جميع أطرافهم على عملهم الأجاد وتفانيهم في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي، خاصة في مثل هذه الحالة، حالة الوباء، حالة الكورونا 19. فاللجنة الذين قد قاموا ولا يزالون قادرين على القيام به، كما نقدم جزيل الشكر أيضا عن عميق امتناننا تجاه BNI شريعة وكذلك GoPay لدعمهما على هذا المؤتمر الدولي لمنتدى الزكاة العالمي.
Finally, last but not least, we would like to thank the audience and all the participants for attending this event. Without you all, this event would not have been a success. With a heavy heart, we must part. But there is a famous saying that says endings are just doors to new beginnings. We hope that this will not be the last time we meet. Let us all pray and hope that the pandemic resides soon so that the world can go back to normal and so that we can all meet and attend the 10th Annual World Zakat Forum International Conference. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Finally, as the Master of Ceremony, on behalf of the committee, we deeply apologize for any mistakes or inconveniences that have happened during this event. We hope that you all enjoyed and benefited from this year's World Zakat Forum International Conference 2020. I, Arofila Ditya Sakta, and my partner,
Muhammad Khairin,
officially close this event. See you all on the next World Zakat Forum International Conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Ambang Suyo. Thank you very much for all the participants, all countries who are present in this conference. Thank you. May Allah bless all of us, inshallah.
Thank you very much, everybody who has attended this conference and meeting. Now I would like to leave. Yeah.
See you in the next World Zakat Forum International Conference in 2021.
Hopefully that would be in London.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum.
Congratulations to Brother Azmi and Brother Hasbi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks Pak Irfan Sokibek and everybody. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.